And you are very welcome. We are about to start day one Party Poker Live. 1 million guaranteed main event tournament of the Party Poker Live Festival. We are broadcasting from King's Poker Room, Rozvadov, in the Czech Republic. This is the largest poker venue in Europe. And we'll be bringing you several hours of live, no-limit hold'em poker. And you can see on your screen on the left in the baseball cap, that is Jonty. And for listeners that were with us yesterday, he was my co-commentator. And Jonty is in seat 2 on this feature table where we have some real characters. This is going to be some fun because several of these players are well known, and none more so than The Talk, seat 7 on the right hand side. And The Talk is the Berlin-based businessman, and that's where all the chat's going to come from today. You're going to see The Talk. Just getting the sound correct here, guys. Do let me know if the sound is good. And we are off. And that's our tech guy, Paul. They do a top class here in King's Casino. We bring you several programs every week. It's 24/7 on Twitch. So any time of day or night you fancy watching some poker, there's approximately 100 hours of live poker a week, several really good shows with some of the top casters in the business. We've none other than Bertrand Elke from France, and we have Joey Ingram from the States, several really high profile casters. But right now we're beaming direct from the poker room, and the place is heaving with players. There is thousands of players, and we're looking at a 8-handed table. Several of these players qualified online, and 2 qualified in a free roll. And we have Top Planze in Seed 8 qualified for 1 cent on partypoker.com. My name is Fintan Gavin from Ireland, and I will be with you here. We will get some commentators, additional commentators in, just to spice things up as the day progresses. And we appreciate you coming on, watching. So let me know your thoughts. We're in for a bit of fun. Believe me, I know some of these guys on the table. Some real characters. The Talk in seat 7 there with the headphones. He's a Berlin-based businessman, a real character. And that's Jonty from the UK, from Nottingham, seat 2. And we see the 2 players in the centre of the table in seat 4 and seat 5. We have Posberg and Steimer. And Steimer qualified for $22, while Posberg is completely free rolling in this event. Qualified in a free roll for a $22 seat. Bagged a $109 seat and got his package here for the main event. 1,000 buy-in. It's 1,100 actually buy-in. And there's a 1 million guarantee for this event. And Bobbinger here with the ace-9. He flopped a good shot. And Mamba with the king-queen. And all the players here quite deep. We're at the early stages of the tournament. Blinds are 400, 800. There's a 100 running ante. And this guy, seat 1, JE, that is Jerome. He's a former Sunday Million online winner. Now that's going back several years. Seat 2, Willis, 100 grand. That's Jonty. And Posberg is under the gun. He's folding his a7. And this is where all the action's going to come from. The Talk, regular here in Kings, comes in and helps us out with the German commentary from time to time. He really is a fun character, and you're going to see him rise to the top here. There's no doubt he'll try and dominate this table, and he's going to have a problem here because Theo Steimer, he's in the big blind with ace-jack of clubs, and he's going to defend. Sorry, Steimer is in the big blind, that's correct, with ace-jack, and Mamba with the queen 2. There was a burn card revealed, which was a queen, which is not great news for Mamba, and the Talk is going to get in trouble here. The board is saying king, king, ace 5, but I believe it's king, ace 5. So that gives Talk's second pair. But it looks like Theo Steimer qualified for $22 online is coming out betting here. Now the board is reading as 4 cards, but I believe that's just a little error with the graphics. And the talk gets away, and I think Theo Steimer there, he opted to bet out straight away, not giving the pre-flop aggressor, the talk, the opportunity to continue. Either way, he's taken down the pot, and that's the lineup. You can see how deep we are there. The short stack at the table, seat 6, Bobbinger, is playing 70 big blinds. It's early days here, day 1, Party Poker Live, 1 million guaranteed. And seat 1, JE, former online Sunday million winner. 2 is Jaunty from Nottingham. And seat 8, Taplanze from Germany, qualified for 1 cent online. And this is a starting hand of King for Bobbinger, who's under the gun. And no doubt he will opt to raise here. And he's made it 2,100. The talk is explaining that the whole cards are shown, and the talk has come in with ace 2 diamonds, so he's priced in Taplanze with the queen 10 of clubs, and the action is on our online Sunday winner who folds, JE. Jaunty folds, and the button now is Mamba.
The whole cards, you don't see in the internet now. You see the whole card in 30 minutes. What? Yeah. With the whole cards? Yeah. Sure? So please tell him.
And Mamba also with the Jack 10 is playing on the button.
Okay, now I have to.
And Posberg, sorry, that's Theo Steimer from Switzerland, who's in the small blind position. He comes in, and Posberg, who's on the big blind, is also priced in. And it's not the kind of action you want to see holding a large pocket pair, 6-way action, and it's 2 clubs, 9-8, and it's a really strong flop for Taplanze, who's going to call this bet of 3,000 from Bobbinger with the kings. And Taplanze has a up and down straight draw with a flush draw. And Mamba with the same hand without the clubs is going to call also. And we were looking at a pretty substantial pot here. There's already 25,000 in there. So Bobbinger now is going to be facing a tough decision. And that completes the straight for both players. So the kings here drawing dead from Bobbinger, and he's opted to check, which is a clever move because that really is a dangerous board. The straight has come, and now we're going to see Mamba, who's certainly going nowhere. But little does he know he's in bad shape against the same hand, except Taplanze is free rolling to the clubs, and Bobbinger has got out of the way and he's just folded reluctantly there. But there's too much action, too much interest, and it's a very dangerous board. And now we're up to 63,000. The clubs don't come, so we're going to see a split pot here. And there's no way anyone's going anywhere. It's going to be an all-in. Well, the board is bared, so it may just be a call, because there will be a concern from Mamba that Taplanze had a hand like 9s or 8s or even 7s. And with the paired board, it gives the possibility of a full boat. Both players here, as we can see, with this straight. The nut straight on the board. and it's going to be a chop, and you're seeing Mamba just considering whether to raise or not. It's a 27,000 bet, and it's probably going to be just a flat call, because it is a show of real strength from Toplanza, who is the same hand, and it is just a flat call. He opts not to value bet, and it's the same hand. It's a chop pot. And Mamba dodged a bullet there. Club would have given the flush to Toplanza. Club doesn't come, so we're seeing a chop pot. And if you've just joined us, viewers, thanks so much for coming on here. We love this live poker broadcast that we bring you. It's really exciting times here in Kings Casino. It's 24/7 action, and we do several mammoth festivals every year, and this is one of them. This is the Party Poker Live Millions. It's a 1,000 buy-in, million guaranteed event, and with several other side events going on. I just looked at the clock as I was walking in, and there was a monster stack. I believe it was 150 buy-in, 100,000 guaranteed, also running here at the same time.
Oder ich nicht gewettet habe vorhin mit dir.
Hätte mit Einspiel gewonnen.
Ja. Normal ist das nie mit in einem Turnier, das ist nie mit Hohlplatz. Normal. Nie. Nee, Spanisch. Aber ja, das war nie mit Hohlplatz.
Das wäre nicht interessant zum Anschauen.
Das war aber die ganze Zeit, das war, wenn du hier dran warst, mitten im Turnier war es ohne Hohlplatz. Das kann sein.
And Jerome in seat 1. He's raised it to 2,200 with the ace rag. And Bobbinger, who we've seen with the kings in the hand previous, is on the big blind, and he opts to peel a flop, and he's hit that flop. And Jerome will feel that he's also hit it with a good shot, and he's going to continue, there's no doubt. And he's probably going to find a call here from Bobbinger, who has a pair and backdoor diamonds. And Bobbinger calls the 3,200, and we're going to go to the turn here, two-way. And that brings another diamond for Bobbinger. And Jerome is going to have to shut down here. He more than likely check here. And Bobbinger could win this on the turn with a bet. I'm sure Jerome will shut down. He's playing 80,000. Bobbinger is the shortest stack on the table, but they're still quite deep. Big blind is 800. And Jerome opts to continue here with just a bare good shot. Ace high, and he's hit it. He's hit the good shot, and the pot now is 25,000, and I think a bet may get called here from Bobbinger, who's playing 5s and 7s. He's missed his flush, but he is playing two pair with the ace kicker, and Jerome now is considering his options. He's in all likelihood going to continue here. He's bet the flop, and he's bet the turn, and he's got lucky here in the river, and he's going to bet it out again. And Bobbinger is thinking deeply about this, and he's wondering, is Jerome barreling off here with like ace king, ace queen, and that's what he thinks he has, and he's calling. And Jerome, our former online Sunday Million winner, back in the day. He scoops a pretty sizable pot and it leaves Bobbinger in real bad shape because Bobbinger now is quite short.
Bisschen hell hier, ne?
Top Flanze here with the 5-5s. He's first to act and he's opting to raise. Small pair in early position, very high risk, but he's going to go for a top Flanze. He qualified, remember, for 1 cent online.
Nuts mit Risiko. Als Option. Bei dir läuft.
Wieder auch nichts gekommen, also kein Lauf.
Nie habe ich full. Nie habe ich full. I think you win this one. This spot? Yeah, yes, thank you. You want a better bastard? Small coin.
And the talk is in the big blind, and it's 1400 to call, and he's opted to fold, which is quite a tight fold, but he's given Top Flanze credit for a big hand in the fact that he's opened in first position.
The second one is about you. Oh, really? Yeah, the comedy one. I don't know what I'm doing. No, I'm just kidding. Oh, thank you. It's a present? 400. Hast du gehört? Das zweite ist für ihn zum Ausmalen. Malen nach Zahlen. Ja, genau. Da wird's peinlich, verstehst du, wenn du die Zahlen nicht sehen kannst. Oh mein Gott, was ist das? Was machen die jetzt hier alle? Ah! Hey, you are no. Er arbeitet an seinem Ring. Is it possible to get the re-entry at the table?
And
This will be so funny.
big blind now is Top Flanze with an absolute monster, and he's 3-betted. Ace King suited. It was Jonty that opened up in late position, and Bobbinger in the button call with the Queen 10 of hearts. And now Top Flanze has increased it here, and Bobbinger is really in bad shape because his stack size here is down to 10,000 behind, and now the pot is almost 20,000. The talk is folded, sorry, so the pot will stay at 16,800, and we're going to go two-way. And what a flop for Bobbinger, because he's going to get paid with his 3 queens, because Top Flanze has flopped a nut flush draw. Top Flanze is not going to slow down, and Bobbinger is going all in here. And this is remarkable. There's no way Top Flanze is going to get away from this. He's completely priced in, and he's going to snap call. I'm not sure why he's taking so long. And he does make the correct decision by calling. And a diamond now for Top Flanze doesn't come. So Bobbinger, who was the short stack at the table, he was down to 20-odd thousand, has just doubled up.
say
And
you are so cute.
a badly needed double up for Bobbinger.
Maybe my girlfriend's watching, I can't comment.
What?
My girlfriend might be watching, I don't want to comment.
No, she's saying to me, you can do it. You can do it.
And the tech team here in Kings are the best in the business. It's an absolute pleasure to bring you this live poker. This is what we do here, guys. This is the home of live poker in Europe. It's King's Poker Room, the largest action 24/7.
Where are your glasses today?
The buzz is just electric at the moment. There's several tournaments, several cash games, all happening in the venue. I see one of the part of the restaurant being all done up and branded, and there's a big mega poker party there tonight, put on by Party Poker. So the atmosphere really is pretty good, and we're watching the main event here. We're going to bring you this main event right up to the final table on Monday. It's $1 million minimum guaranteed, and we're looking at a prize pool that will pay the winner probably in excess of 200,000. Our TDs, Tarkin and Christian, will announce that prize pool when the registration closes. We have another day of entry, which is a turbo. I believe it's tomorrow morning. A turbo, a last chance for the players to participate. And Bobbinger is coming across as a bit of an action junkie to me. He's involved in everything, and he's re-raised here. Mamba with a small pair has made a raise, and the talk has called, and Bobbinger has bumped it up with the King 10, and we're going to see 11,000 in the pot, with Bobbinger just 34,000 behind. And it's a good flop for the talk in that he's flopped in up and down straight with backdoor spades. Bobbinger is completely missed, and Mamba will probably show zero interest as he is missed also. But the talk has position, and he has the draw, and it's quite reasonable that the talk would have an ace in his hand. And as it's been checked from, he's betted out the draw, but it hasn't stopped Mamba, and I'm quite surprised at this, but he's making a move, and he's going to represent the ace, and he's saying there's no way this guy has an ace, or a big ace at least, or he would have re-raised pre. And it's going to be real interesting what Mamba does here, because he tried a move and it didn't work because his pocket trees are in bad shape, and now the talk has gone ahead. He's hit the 9 and it's going to go check, check, and Mamba could have stolen on the river there because the talk missed his straight, but he has hit a pair of 9s, and he's going to be delighted to take down 25,500 pot. And Mamba there showing that he has the moves there. He completely missed with a small pair, and he opted to re-raise the talk, who bet in position with the straight draw. But the talk continued to chase the draw, was checked down then, and Mamba just going through that hand in his mind. He knows that he could have stolen that pot in the river, but it was way too dodgy once the talk called his raise on the flop. And he's going to play this again, another small pair, early position, very high risk. Many seasoned players would opt to dump these small pairs in early position, but Mamba feels confident to enter the pot, and that's what he does with a raise, and the talk now and the cutoff with the same hand, 10-9. So it's a repeat really of the previous hand, and it's Top Planza now who has the King 10, and Jerome gets out of the way, and Jonty is priced in on the big blind with a King 2 of hearts. And Spectrum just pointing out that the talk didn't realise he had won the last hand. No, he was convinced that the ace was out there. that Mamba had the hand won because he missed his draw, but he did hit his 9, and he took, by surprise, he took the pot down in a completely different fashion to what he expected. And you won't see the talk muck his cans. He's a real seasoned pro. He won't make that rookie mistake of mucking without a showdown. And top Flanza now, who has hit that top pair, and Jonty's in a spot of bother because Jonty's on the big blind. He was priced in to call the raise pre-flop with a king deuce, and he's hit top pair, so he's going to check here, Jonty, and just, he's a really smart player, this Jonty Willis. I really like this guy. I spoke with him here in the commentary booth. He's some really good insights into the game, and I'm positive he's not going to get too excited here with his top pair. And it's a smart lay down. He's opted just to call one bet, see where he's at, and he's checked the turn, and it's been fired again by top Flanze. And Jonty, realising that he's in trouble, dumps his top pair. And that's our scoreboard. Short stack is Bobbinger, who's been involved in everything. And the big stacks are playing around 150 big blinds, a huge, well deep now at this stage. Blinds are 400, 800. If you've just joined us, you're watching the Party Poker Live main event. There's a gigantic festival happening, several tournaments running here concurrently, all different types of buy-ins. We're here until the final table of this main event till Monday. And this is Theo Steimer, who also qualified online for $22, and he's playing a king queen, and he raises. And Posberg, our other online qualifier, who actually free rolled his way, won a $22 ticket in a free roll, then he won a 109 ticket, then he won his package. So we have the online qualifiers, Posberg and Steimer, with the same hand, king queen. And in the blinds we have Jonty with the suited ace and Mamba with the 5-4. And look who else is in this hand, guys. It's Bobbinger in early position with the 8-10, playing a short stack. He's completely missed that. Nobody has the diamonds. Bobbinger with the backdoor diamonds, but you're going to see zero interest from him. And it's Jonty with the top pair, and I believe this will take it down because the king queen with players to act is not really a playable hand, and Theo Steimer will more than likely relinquish the holdings here, but he's not doing it. He doesn't believe that Jonty has an ace, as he just flattered in a small blind position. So Theo now is going to peel another card and see what happens on the turn, and he's hoping that his king is good. It is probably thinking Willis may have another king, and that's a bad card for Steimer in that the likelihood of Jonty Willis having an ace is less probable because the second ace has come on the board. And Jonty now continuing, and I love this bet. And if Steimer thought he was good on the flop, he's certainly good now. And you probably see another call here. It's a small enough bet, 5,800. And Steimer with king queen. And there's a whole combination of hands that Steimer is trying to put Jonty on. Jonty is Jonathan Willis, who's in the small blind here with the ace. And Steimer's convinced himself his king is good here, that Jonty's probably playing the king also with a less kicker. And this pot now is getting sizable. There's 30,000 out there. And a 9 of hearts come, which this is going to go check, check. And Jonty, concerned about his kicker, opts to just check call. But Steimer check back, and Jonty takes down a sizable pot. Keep an eye out for this guy for the future. John Willis from Nottingham. Real class act. We had him yesterday and the day before. We had him for the Hold'em Cash Kings and the PLO, and he had some really good insights into both disciplines as we watched them here. Two massive cash games, incredible action. If you missed it yesterday, go back into the Twitch videos and please look at them. There's some amazing pots, and Robert Young from Dustal Dawn was creating all the action. We had Philip Gruesome yesterday, and we had Pidon, a former EPT Berlin champion, and an incredible pot towards the end where Rob called the all-in shove of Ephraim, and it was quite entertaining to watch. And he put a real beat on Ephraim. He took a gamble. He said himself he had top pair, but he said, I feel I'm behind, but you know what, I'm going to go with it. And he did. And runner heart, and Rob Young took down an €85,000 pot, and Ephraim bowed his head and walked from the table out of the casino, past the cage, into the car park, and we have not seen him since. But right now we're watching three-way action, and it's now gone two-way as Willis is playing these sixes in position very strong. But look who's in the action again. It's Bobbinger, and he just can't help himself, this guy. He really is an action junkie, and he's calling massive raise here from Willis. It's a 3-bet to 6,000 plus, and it's not a bad flop for Willis, who it's been checked now. A queen is showing up there, but I think that's a mistake. I think we're still on the flop here as far as I know, and the flop was checked by Bobbinger. But it looks like Willis checked the flop and the turn has come. Sorry guys, I missed that check on the flop. So now the queen is overtaken, and Jonty now is going to lose all the profit that he won in the previous hand from Steimer to this online qualifier, Bobbinger. He loves the action, this guy. Now he's 58 big blinds, in no danger whatsoever, but he is the short stack here on the table. And just a quick shout out to our viewers. So pleased that you come and join us here. We absolutely love bringing you this action live from Kings. This is a party poker, million guaranteed in this event. It's 1,000 buy-in. We had about 320 runners so far today. There is re-entries, and we have another turbo tomorrow. And this is the Talk. Quite a character, very well known in these parts, and he's opening up with Jack, and this is very reasonable. And the suited ace, who has position, the suited ace belongs to Jerome, J.E., and Willis now is priced in also with the 10-9, and Theo Steimer in the small blind folds the 8-5, and the action is on the big blind of another online qualifier, Posberg. Posberg free rolled his way for zero money and won his package, $2,000 package here to King's Casino, Rozvadov. And it's four-way. And the Jacks is still in the lead here, as no player is holding a king. And it is a good shot for Jonty, who decides to bet it out. And the king is a real scare card for the Talk, but it's not putting him off. And Jerome has bottom pair, and he's considering a play here. And I tell you what would get through is a raise, because Jonty be squeezed out and the Talk would certainly relinquish the Jacks, but Jerome opts against it, and we're going to go heads up between Jonty Willis from Nottingham and the talk with the pocket jacks. And Jonty may keep going with his story here. He has the good shot straight, and he's representing the king here. And he's made it 8,500. And the talk called the first bet. And it looks like he's going to continue here with the jacks. He's considering a call here.
You need another 500.
It's 17.
It's 8,500 bet. It's about a third of the pot. It's a pretty small bet, so the talk is trying to figure this one out. And it looks like a real call me type bet. It really is a good story that Jonty's giving here. As we know, he's complete here. He does have the good shot. A good shot to the nuts. There is a made straight there already, 5, 6, 8. So a 7, 9. And this is one of the combinations that the talk will consider that Jonty's holding.
Always make me feel scared. I think
But
it's because you're crazy.
holding a king or
Tell yourself.
a king and king plus 2 pair is also what the talk
Making straights as well. Not good.
is considering is a combination of hands that Willis holds.
Yeah, you see this. And you get to see for free too.
And he's taking quite a bit of time here at the talk, and to me I think he's going to fold here the longer it goes on, I'd expect. But no, he doesn't. He's not going to be pushed off. Now what does Jonty do? Does Jonty continue with a triple barrel bluff? And that's an ace. Now Jonty doesn't know this, but that is a great card for him, because another bet here would certainly finish off the talk. But it's what hand is he representing with the ace, and he goes for it. It's a triple barrel bluff, and basically Willis is saying, I have the straight. That's the only reasonable holdings that make sense with the type
You get to see anyway.
of action that Jonty's continuing with. And it's a real strong play there from Jonty Willis, showing his class. A triple barrel bluff.
You don't know what I have.
7.
Deuces.
And Jonty is saying you had the 7s.
You will see it on the screen.
I don't think
I have jacks. I have jacks.
Jacks.
Why for the best hand?
Why for the best time?
I will see it. I will see in the stream what you have. So
You have to be quick. You only have half an hour now. You have to make sure.
What do you have?
You have to make sure right.
Hey, what do you have?
I have a set.
What do you have?
You'll see. You'll see.
Come on.
I want to gamble. I'm gambling that you're gonna miss it.
What do you have?
I have a good hand.
What?
Good hand.
I see it now. What's going on?
Genau, in einer halben.
Und?
Wait.
Ja, die
Set-
ersten Fotos sind
I
schon
never bluff.
abgetan.
I told you earlier. I never bluff.
Die ersten
I
Fotos
don't
sind
think
schon
so.
gekommen.
And Jonty on the talk.
What do you have? King, queen? The ace. Maybe you have an ace.
No, I don't back king queen whatever you are. Check back king queen.
Einfach
Ja,
von mir,
You have minimum a king. I'm sure.
haben schon,
I don't think my hand made any sense really.
schon Screenshot gemacht.
ja, ist so
I will
aber
see it.
geschrieben.
So. Don't ask me in the teacher, okay?
You're winning. You're winning. You win.
I will see.
Schreibst du deiner Frau,
I will see it.
dass du dich hier
And Jerome is continuing here with the second pair. He's the pre-flop
I
raiser.
will see it.
And Jonty has flopped the flush draw. And we have our favourite player on the table, Bobbinger, who's really giving us quite a bit of entertainment. He's playing every single hand, and he's going to continue in this hand also. He's the ace 10. So it's something for everyone. Second pair for the pre-flop raiser, Jerome. It's top player for Bobbinger, and it's a flush draw from Jonty Willis, who we just seen take down a pot against the talk with a triple barrel bluff. And the king now comes, which adds value to Bobbinger's hand because it also gives him a straight draw. Jonty has missed the hearts. Bobbinger is checking his ace here. Now Jerome could continue here. Jerome was the one that raised pre-flop, but he shut down, and Jonty will shut down because he's getting a free card to his flush. And the flush comes, and this is a big reward for Jonty. And he'll value here. I've no doubt he'll value, because the 9 will bring a straight. And very often he'll get snapped off here by a player playing 8-10 of hearts, or 8-10 of hearts will beat him, but 8-10 for the straight. It's Willis with the hearts, 6-4 hearts. It is a baby flush, but it doesn't stop him betting out, and he's going to get paid by Bobbinger. And a nice run of cards now for this guy, but he's making his own luck. He played a big pot against the talk, and I really loved that play. It was absolute craziness, triple barreling again. First to act, he was out of position, but worked out for him. Very profitable, and now he's up to 140,000 plus as a chip leader. Thanks guys for coming on board. Let me know your thoughts. This is day 1 of the Party Poker Million. Fintan Gavin's my name. I'm going to be with you for the duration of this event. We're here for the next 3 days. The final table is on Monday. Million in the prize pool, and it's going to be a 200k plus payday for one of these players.
Okay, yeah, I lose that.
And Theo Steimer is in the cutoff here with a suited ace. And the cutoff is the last position before the button. And it's this man, Posberg, who's on the button with a king jack. And he's facing a 2,000 raise from Theo Steimer. And Posberg has decided to 3-bet that. So he has bumped it up to 5,500. And the talk here is not going to call with Queen 10 after a raise and a re-raise. It's way too risky, as he could find himself squeezed out by Steimer, who will have the option to act again. And Steimer is probably just going to flat here. Won't be crazy about playing this out of position against Posberg, who has a pretty tight image at the table so far. And that's a good flop for Posberg. He's flop top here. And I think we're going to see a check bet fold here. Posberg has the button. He's last to act. He's top pair. He's certainly going to continue. It's going to be checked here by Theo. And Theo checks. Posberg will continue. He's 3-bet with King Jack. He's hit the king. And it's worked out quite well for him to play this hand aggressively. Even though he was behind pre-flop, he's hit the king and he's bet it out. And Theo's going to fold. Eight-handed. We have Jerome in seat 1. We have
it's funny.
Jonty seat 2 is talking now.
It's funny. When I watched the stream too, and then you didn't even have jacks.
They're still talking
You have like
about the hand, but the talk did have the jacks.
You feel something? What? You feel something?
what?
I tell you when we are alone. My feet in your... Sorry. Not what you think now.
Young love.
Yes,
You are a nice guy,
I think I am.
but big mouth.
Big man. Really? They call you the talk apparently. And I'm the one with the big man.
And Bobbinger, ace rag, 2,500. And the talk is going to peel a flop here with 7-5 of hearts. And he's not bad shape at all against the ace rag. And we're going to go two-way, the talk with the 7-5 of hearts. And it's Bobbinger who has the ace-3 and he's in the lead, but both players have completely missed and it's gone check, check. Now, does the talk jump on that show of weakness? He's checked again. This is a real bad card for Bobbinger because having something like a 9-10 or a jack combo in his hand would be very reasonable, and now the talk has hit the 5 and he's decided to bet it because Bobbinger, who could have won this on the flop, has decided against continue betting, and he's given the talk a chance to hit, and the talk has hit it 5. He's bet it out and the button moves. It's 400, 800. That's our scoreboard. Chip leader Jonathan Willis from Nottingham, showing some real class here. Seat 2 just messaging his girlfriend to tell her that he's just bluffed the talk. And Mamba has the ace king, and he's certainly going to raise this up. And next to act is Theo Steimer, who's going to fold. Posberg folds, and for once Bobbinger decides not to play. He's getting quite short. The talk is on the button. He has a weak ace, and he's smart enough to realize that Mamba is opening up stronger than ace deuce, and Jerome is on the big blind with a suited king, and he'll peel a flop here, no doubt. That's what he does. Mamba is in pretty good shape here, but looks like a club flop. It's a flush draw for Jerome, and Mamba continues here. You can see the percentages, nothing in it. It's a 50-50. It's a 5,000 bet, and Jerome was going nowhere. He's the exact same stack as Mamba. Both are playing in around the 100,000, and he's just flat called 3,500, and a 10 comes now, which completes a straight. It does give Jerome a good shot to the straight, and Mamba's just the ace king here, but he's going to continue, and he is going to get called, I believe, by Jerome. And Jerome now is facing 6,100. And he's a couple of options. I don't think folding is one of them, but he could opt to test Mamba with a playback here in the hope of just winning the hand. But he really wants to see a river card, because there's many cards that can come to complete the nuts for him, and the ace of clubs will be one of them. And he does decide to play back, and it's a really good play here because there's a possible straight on the board, and there's no way that Mamba in Jerome's mind is playing a jack 9 or a 6-9. So Jerome is representing the straight here, but he has this straight draw on the flush draw as backup if he does get called by a big overpair. But all Mamba has is the ace king, and he decides to give it up, and that's a real smart play by this guy, our former online Sunday Million winner from Germany, Jerome, J-E, as the players know him by. And Jerome now up to 117,000, Posberg 116,000, and Top Flanze in seat 8. Another free roll winner on 9. 3 on 9 winners here. 2 in free rolls and 1 for $22. All 3 have won their way here to the main event of the Party Poker Live from King's Poker Room, Rozvadov, the Czech Republic. Finton Gavin is my name. We're going to be here for the next 3 days, bringing you all the action, and we'd love to hear from you if out there. Let us know your thoughts on the play here. And we have some real characters. Jonty in the left there from the UK, and we've seen him in an interesting hand against the Talk, the Berlin-based businessman. But now it's Theo Steimer who's playing a king-queen. And Theo Steimer is going to raise this up here. And the action is going to be with Posberg, who folds. But look who it is. It's Bobinger. He's at the heart of everything. But he's getting really low stacked here now. And he's decided to play with the 8-10 of hearts. And it's the talk with the better hearts who's come in also with the call. And the button is 3 deuce is going to fold from Top Flanzer, who qualified free online on partypoker.com. Small blind is a queen 4. It is suited, but I feel that Jerome will probably give this up. No, he doesn't. He takes it. No, Jerome does give it up. He's in the worst possible position, the small blind. First to act, he gives it up, and now Willis is on the big blind, but he feels he's priced in with the Jack 5, and he makes the call, and it brings it 4-way. And it's the A7 of the talk who's in the cut-off position, which is the last position to act, and he's hit that flop. Theo has hit a flush draw. It's the second nut flush draw, and it's just gone check around here, and that's a great card now for the talk because he's checked on the flop, and now the second ace has come. It's been checked all round, so it might look like the talk is stealing here, so someone might make a play at him, and no one decides to play back, and he shows the trip aces just to show, and he's showing his friend Jonty, look, I did have the jacks that time, I only play big premium cards, and there you go, check my ace in the flop, hit trips.
You try to make a bluff.
Me?
You.
No, I had it. You'll see anyway. Unless you want to, I don't want to take your money though.
That's the scoreboard.
2,000 euros is a lot of money.
Top Flanze,
I hear nothing.
Jerome, Jonty. All with big stacks.
Only Germans on this level. You're Swiss, yeah? German Swiss.
England or Scotland or... I know.
Same size, yeah, I don't know. England.
And first to act is Theo Steimer with a Queen 9 of clubs, and in all likelihood he will probably dump this hand. Early position, too many players to act after him, and he does fold. Posberg here with a small pair, and this seems to be a feature of this table. The players are opting to play the small pairs in early position, and Posberg has decided that the 4s is good enough to come in, and he's raised it, and it's saying 23,000. I don't believe that's correct because the blinds are 4-8, so I'd say it's 2,300 more likely. And Jerome calls with a suited ace, and on the big blind is 7-6 for Mamba. His name is Mamba Meni, but we call him Mamba for short, and he's playing the 7-6, and he's hit a good shot with bottom pair. And Posberg, who is the free pre-flop aggressor, shut down now, and he opts to check. So the action's on the button with the ace deuce of Jerome, and he's going to take advantage of the weakness shown so far. And he's a class act, this guy, vastly experienced. I did mention he won the Sunday Million online several years ago, and he really has a wealth of experience in live also. And Mamba is going to call with his good shot and bottom pair, and he's well in the lead here. But he's first to act, he's out of position, and Jerome with the backdoor diamonds hits another diamond, and it's a bad card for Mamba because it brings a bigger straight.
I see now the thing with the 9.
And a bet would get through here because that queen has brought the bigger straight. So if Mamba hits his good shot, that will complete 4 cards to a higher straight. And Jerome shuts down also. So it's Mamba in the lead here now. And that is the straight for Mamba. He's hit the bottom straight. So it's going to be interesting now. Does he value here? Because the 8 brings 4 cards to a larger straight. So I'd imagine we just see a check from Mamba here, and with the idea that if Jerome plays back at him that he'll just flat call. I'd imagine that's what he's going to do, Mamba. And I believe that's what he has done. He's checked here with the made straight. But it's very tempting for Jerome because there's a big pot out there. Now the pot is wrong. It says 166,000. That's incorrect. I believe it's 16,000. And Jerome is going to try and steal it now to represent the jack, and he just gets snap called. And Mamba played that very well. Jerome missed his opportunity on the turn to continue, and he gave Mamba a free card. Mamba hit his straight. It was a bad straight, and Mamba just opted to check call. He checked. He induced a bluff. Jerome had another crack at it, and you see Mamba with an instant call. And a nice pot there for Mamba. Very impressive, this guy Mamba, but Jerome is a class act, people, believe me. He's vast no limit hold'em experience, online and live, and this guy also is probably the most experienced player on the table. He has been playing for quite a while. The talk, he's very well known in these parts, known as quite a character. He does jump in and out of these live streams here on the German broadcast from time to time. And Jerome now in late position's been folded all around him, so he's going to open with the Queen 7 off. And Jaunty now with a hand on the button. Not sure what hand it is, but I can guarantee you it's some kind of hand if he's opting to play, and it is. It's an Ace 5 on the button. He opts to flat call. He will know that Jerome's range is quite wide in the cut-off position when it's folded around to him. And the small blind of Mamba gets out of the way, and now Theo Steimer makes an unusual fold there in the big blind. Oh, sorry, Willis 3-bet it. That didn't come up in the graphics, and that's quality play here. Jaunty recognising that Jerome's range is so wide there, late position folded around to him, and he's opted to re-raise to find out what the story is with his Ace 5, and it's taken it down. And that makes perfect sense. And he's really impressive, this young guy. I mentioned it at the very start of the stream. I actually mentioned it in the last few days while he was with me here in the commentary booth. I really was impressed with some of his insights, particularly into the PLO game. He's a real mathematical mind, and he's a lovely chap. He really is a decent guy. He's partners with Rachel, the VIB manager from Party Poker. So a real sweet couple, and if you're in Kings at any stage, they're very approachable. If you wanted free tickets for the party tonight, that's the guy to talk to. And we're back to the action here with Top Flanzy, who's been very conservative. Haven't seen much of this guy. He's one of the chip leaders on the table. He qualified, guys, for 1 cent, and this is a great hand to pick up, particularly after you've been playing several hands and giving a bit of action. And he's raised again, Willis, but the problem is no one really has any strong holdings, because Top Flanzy entered very weak, and Posberg is smart enough to get rid of the suited queen, and I don't believe Top Flanzy is going to continue with 8-10. I'm not a fan of showing cards, but in this case I think it's a crafty move from this young professional, Jonathan Willis. He's been playing a lot of hands and raising a lot, and he's got a bluff through, and now he's picked up the monster king, so he's just showing, look guys, I do get it. And read what you may out of that, but it's the chip leader, Mamba, took a sizable pot down off Jerome, and the short stack is our friend. He's in the screen here on your left, Bobbinger on the left hand side. He's on the big blind, and it's Talk to Act First in the middle of the screen. And the Talk is playing 100,000. He's first to act with Queen 5 of Hearts, and he's considering to enter the pot, and he says no. Flanze will fold here, and the action's going to be around to Jerome, who's left the table. Jaunty is ringing his girlfriend to tell her how good he's doing, and now Mamba in the cutoff is the player with a genuine raising hand in late position, and it's Theo Steimer on the button. And see the difference now between Jaunty and Steimer, where the exact same position happened 2 hands ago when Jerome opened in the cutoff, and Jaunty had the same hand, ace rag, and Jaunty re-raised, but in this case Theo Steimer plays it differently and he folds, and it's Posberg with a bigger king. He's on the small blind and he's just flat called, so he's pricing in Bobbinger with the ace-4. Bobbinger is actually in the lead on the big blind, and Bobbinger, smallest stack on the table, 25 grand behind, 7,700 out there, and it's a great flop for Posberg in that he's flopped a king high flush draw, but Bobbinger has hit a pair, but you can see by the stats that Posberg with top pair and a king high flush draw is in the lead, but it's Mamba who's betting out the jack high flush draw, and he's going to find a lot of resistance here because Posberg is going nowhere. Posberg has a complete lock on this hand. He's 85% to win, and now that percentage will increase to 98% because the other player in the hand has folded Bobbinger. So we see Mamba, and that percentage now will go to 100, and Posberg may have another crack at it because he's been checked into him, but he's smart enough to shut down, and the club would be a disaster. And that's what happens. The nut flush for Posberg and the second nut flush for Mamba, and Posberg is going to bet it out, and there's no doubt that Mamba will flat call here, and that's what he does. He calls with his jack high flush. It was a terrible card for Mamba, and Posberg, who had Mamba drawing dead on the turn, scoops a sizable pot with the nut flush. And that's 15,400 profit, and that'll bring Mamba up to the biggest stack on the table, along with Jaunty Willis, our friend from Nottingham, in seat 2. Other big stacks on the table is Top Flanza and Posberg, and the talk also is playing 100,000. The short stack, Theo Steimer and Bobbinger, and Jerome is also playing 70,000. And if you just come on stream here, we appreciate you joining us for this special event. It's the Party Poker Millions live from King's Casino in Rozvadov, and believe me viewers, the action is really incredible here today. There's several tournaments running concurrently. I just watched the scoreboard as I came into the commentary booth. Along with this 1,000 buy-in, million guaranteed, there's a €150 buy-in with 100,000 guaranteed 2-day event. Also, several cash games continually running throughout the day and night. It's 24/7. There really is a hotbed of poker here in Kings, and there's quite a lot happening lately here. Anyone that has not visited this venue, you're in for a real surprise when you do. It's an incredible place. It's a fantastic resort. There's a 5-star hotel being added to the resort as we speak, and that should be complete by August. And the WSOP Europe is confirmed, and it's an 18 bracelet festival in October, which includes the 111,000 buy-in one drop with 10 million guaranteed. But back to business here today. This is the 1,000 buy-in, million guaranteed, and I'm going to be with you for the next few days to the completion of this tournament. The final table will be Monday. We're going to be here for hours, a few hours every day to bring you the action. We've a really interesting table. It's really lived up to our expectations with the likes of The Talk. We have Jerome in seat 1 and Jaunty from Nottingham, who are creating the action. And Mamba here with the 9-5, he's hit the 5. He's making it 2,700 and he takes down the pot. And quality act, this guy, Mamba. And Jonty having a chuckle to himself.
I feel it.
Top spot.
That's the scoreboard. The short stack is Bobbinger, who's 25 big blinds. And tightened up a little bit, and when I say tightened up, I mean by now he's playing every second hand, not every hand. And just a bad beat, you're very welcome. And asking about, do Party Poker Qualifier play there with screen names? A few of them have, yeah, there's not all of them, but they can request to do that. That's up to themselves. They're asked by our production crew here. When the table is, the players aren't picked, it's a table that's picked to be the feature table. So they randomly pick any table, some table of players, and that table then is brought up here to the main feature table, and that will be the TV table, and the players are asked their details before they sit down, and they're entitled to give the surname or a nickname or whatever they want to be known by. That's completely up to them, there's no problem. And some of the players here have opted to go with their nickname. I know the Talk, that's his nickname. Jerome in seat 1, he's gone with JE, that's what he's known as. And there's a few other players here who've just gone with their screen name. Top Flanza, I'm not sure if that his real name or his screen name. I'm assuming it's his screen name. And Bobbinger with the nut flush draw takes down a pot.
Not once more, 6-4.
And you're very welcome, Jordino, regular viewer here. Very pleased you've joined us, Jordino. Some good action here, some good banter. That's the scoreboard there. Action, all the action coming from Jerome seat 1, Willis seat 2, and we see Bobbinger seat 6 and the Talk in seat 7. Expect more of the same to follow. Top Flanza is a screen name, I've been told. That's his party poker name. And Top Flanza has won his seat here for 1 cent on partypoker.com. Played a 1 cent tournament, won a ticket for a satellite, won that satellite, and now he's playing for 200,000 first prize. And we're seeing Bobbinger yet again with the ace 8, and it's Theo that's opened with the same hand. And it's been folded around to the small blind is going to dump, and you'll probably see Jerome peel a flop here with the 6-5 suited. And the big blind is 800 and it's raised to 2,200. Sorry, the big blind is 1,000 now. The blinds are up. And that's a good shot for Jerome, who opts to check, and you can see his percentage is higher than the other percents. The Theo and Bobbinger the same hand, but Theo has the club for the backdoor clubs. And Bobbinger, who's the lowest percentage with the ace 8 off, has decided to bet out 3,500. Now, this guy Jerome is a class act, and he's a really experienced live and online player, but he was considering a move there, but he opts to give it up, and Theo gives it up, and Bobbinger, action man, takes it down, increases his stack. That's the scoreboard, and Theo with 61,000, 61 big blinds. So the big blinds 1,000 now at 100 running ante, and Bobbinger with 38 big blinds. Our chip leader is Mamba along with Jonty. Mamba Mini from Germany, 150,000, and John T. Willis from Nottingham playing 144,000. And Mamba, who's under the gun, has left the room, so his cards will be dumped. And it's action on Theo Steimer. And Theo Steimer also qualified online for this event. $22 on partypoker.com. And into Posberg, who folds, and Bobbinger gets out of the way, the talk gets out of the way, and Top Flanza with a Jack 10 suited on the button has opted to raise to 3,000, it looks like. And 3,000, Jerome was going to dump the 6-5 in the small blind, and now Jonty with 10-6 off, and it's a pretty sizable raise. It's 2,000 more, but this kid knows the mathematics and feels he's priced in because he's getting almost 4-1 on his money, and Top Flanze has hit that. So the short stack on the table is Bobbinger in seat 6, and the two big stacks are Willis and Mamba. Mamba's just left the room. They're side by side, Jonty and Mamba, and the action now is on Theo Steimer with the Queen 5, and you're watching a tournament, Ray of Command. This is a 1,000 buy-in tournament, and the guarantee for this tournament is 1 million. It's Party Poker Live. This is King's Casino, and we're watching Top Flanze, who is facing a raise from Posberg, and Top Flanze is going to re-raise this, and it's 2,500 from Posberg with the Ace-8 of diamonds, and Bobbinger and the talk folded, and Top Flanze has made it 7,500, which is very reasonable given that he's holding one of the top starting hands in Hold'em. It's Ace King suited, and it's just a little bit too much for Posberg, so he opts to fold his Ace-8 of diamonds. Yes, it's the Party Poker Live 1,000 buy-in, 1 million guaranteed tournament. We're going to be with you here, bringing you all the action from this event right up until Monday, the final table on Monday. €200,000 first place. And
Right.
we have Hardcore, who doesn't like the player in the purple shirt. So I'm sorry to say, Hardcore, that I'm colorblind, so I'm not sure which player you're speaking about. But thank you for your beautiful comment. Keep them coming. Appreciate all the interaction, good or bad, guys. And the guy in the purple, it's Posberg now with the Ace King, and he makes it 2,500 in first position, and it's folded around to Jerome in the cutoff with 8-4 clubs, who dumps. Jonty on the button gets rid of it, and the action is with Steimer, who's on the big blind with a small pocket pair, and he'll opt to just flat call here in the hope of hitting a set. And I understand what you're saying, Hardcore, and your point is taken, and that's a king for Posberg. And Theo Steimer checks in the big blind position, and the action now with the pre-flop raiser with the Ace King has hit his king, and he's continued betting. It's all very standard, and Theo's not going to get fancy here. 3 overcards to a small pair, he's missed, and he's just going to dump, and he just shows what he's defending with a pocket trees, and Posberg shows what he's raising with Ace King. and quite reasonable in standard. Nothing out of the ordinary here in that hand. And Almost Famous has joined us, and thanks for your comments, guys. Hardcore, we are in the small city of Rozvadov. It's on the Czech-German border. And it's King's Casino. This is the capital of live poker in Europe. These are the biggest events, the biggest festivals. It's 24/7 here. Action constantly. And we're right smack bang in the middle of the Party Poker Live Festival. And it's running all week, and we're here right up to Monday. We had some incredible cash games the last few days. And some of the biggest high stakes players in Europe. But now we're watching the main event, the 1,000 buy-in. We're looking at a hand here between Bobbinger with the ace-jack. He's given all the action here, Bobbinger, and he's the shortest stack. And he's playing against Willis out of position, who has the ace-queen as suited. And Jonty Willis has just opted to flat with his suited ace-queen. And we're going to go two-way, it looks like. And there's almost 10,000 in the pot. And an ace for this board would spell disaster for Bobbinger. And Bobbinger has hit a good shot, and he's going to continue. And he's shown how willing he is to put chips in, Bobbinger, in the last hour that we've been watching. And Jonty realises that. And even though there's an overcard to his pair of queens, it's not going to deter Jonty from calling, and that brings a pair for Bobbinger, and Bobbinger is going to keep going here. And I believe Jonty may call. Jonty has the straight draw, but the flush draw comes for Bobbinger also, so that's given additional equity to Bobbinger. And he has now a pair, and he has a good shot straight, and he has a nut flush draw. So you can see the continuation bet by Bobbinger is all very reasonable here. But he's such a smart kid, this guy, and he's sussing out the options. Bobbinger is very aggressive. He's putting in chips very loosely, and Jonty doesn't like it, and he opts to fold second pair, no heart. And Bobbinger up to 50 big blinds now, 50,000. And the additional heart on the board on the turn, it gave Bobbinger,
Rihanna, give us a song.
Gave him additional confidence, more confidence, and he decided to bet it out. And see an ace here under the gun from the talk. He's first to act, and he's going to raise here, and he's calling Rihanna for some service, for cocktails and refreshments.
Oh, no, I have.
And the dealer is saying to the talk, it's your turn to act. Please look at your cards and make your decision. There's a game on here, and he does look at his cards, and he sees an ace queen, and gets a little buzz inside because he knows this is a raising hand, and that's what he does. Makes a raise, and we're going to see top flanze fold, and it's around to Jerome now. This is Jerome here with the 9-5, who will also dump that 9-5 of clubs. There's a little bit too much interest in this pot already, but Jerome is considering something here, and he knows the talk very well, and he knows the talk is quite active. So Jerome with the 9-5 of clubs has decided to 3-bet here to 7,000, and look, the genuine hand of Jack on the button, and it's a tough spot to 4-bet because it's a real show of commitment to the pot, because there's already a 3-bet of 7,000, so the 4-bet here would be in the region of 20,000, and that's going through Theo's mind. But he'd probably just flat here with the jacks in position. he has the advantage of being asked to act after the flop, and the talk now has the decision to make. And he gets out of the way. And now it's the jacks versus the 9-5. And Jerome, who made a move here, and he's got the ace queen to fold, but unfortunately for him, he's out of position playing a pair of jacks, and look at that flop. The talk is feeling disgusted with himself. He knows that he is more than likely, 99% sure he is, that he would have hit that so strong. And it's a great flop for Jerome, because it's one of the worst possible flops for jacks, because it's 2 overcards, and Jerome here is just showing his quality. He's continuing with his story. He's 3-bet pre to 7,000, and it's going to be so difficult for Theo Steimer on the button with the jacks, and he's facing a 7,600 bet, and he's considering a call, but it's very difficult to call here. It really is. It's like the likelihood he's thinking is a combination of cards that Jerome is holding is certainly including an ace, something like ace queen, or maybe even aces, and he shows a raggedy card, and the talk will not be happy with the fold there.
Well played.
And J.E., that's Jerome, showing his class. He's a former Sunday Million online winner back in the day, and he has a wealth of experience, and he's shown his class there and his no limit hold'em experience. He made a move, he 3-betted the talk. He knows the talk is an active player, and he actually got the talk to fold his ace queen, but the reason the talk folded his ace queen because the button flat called. Theo Steimer flatted with the jacks, and instead of playing back with the jacks, which was an option for him, he just flat called, and he gave all the impetus to Jerome. So when the ace came down on the flop, Jerome continued his bet and took down a pot. Top flanze is opened in first position with 8-7 of diamonds, and the action is around to Theo in the cutoff, and the cutoff is the last position before the button, and the Theo is called with a queen jack of spades, and that's quite reasonable, and the button now is jack 10, and Posberg may call here. It's very reasonable to call in the button. It's 1 bet around to him, but he decides not to go with it, and we're going to see two-way action here between Theo Steimer, who just folded the jacks to Jerome in the hand previous, and he's playing top flanze. And both of these players qualified online. Steimer qualified for $22, and top flanze qualified for 1 cent. And top flanze has completely missed and checked. He has the backdoor diamonds, and Theo may check back here. He's hit second pair. And he bets and takes down the pot, and
Was ihr da rausgeholt habt oder was ihr da reingespannt in den Raum? Ich hab da einmal reingeguckt, ob alles da ist.
that's the scoreboard. The shortest stack is playing about 50 big blinds, so not in any serious danger yet. Theo also playing 56 blinds, and the big stack is Mamba with the stack of 150,000 and Jonty with 130,000. And it's 8-handed, guys. We're here with you for another few hours. We're bringing you all the action. We'll have a new table after the break. Break is coming up in about half an hour, I believe.
Normal läuft es doch.
Not the stream. No, not the stream. I want to see the live. Watch it together.
And Jonty now with a pair of nines. And he's in early position, but this is a raising hand. And that's what he does with it. He raises it up and he'll try and thin the field and protect his pair. And the action now is on Theo Steimer, who has a suited king. And he decides to release and into the talk with also a king in the small blind. He'd fold it, and top flanzer in the big blind now with ace queen. And top flanzer has two options. He could raise here, which would not be out of the question. He is out of position, but a raise would find out exactly how strong Willis is, and that's what he does. He plays these hands quite strongly. He's re-raising here to Willis, and Willis is worried here because top flanze has quite a tight image at the table. So Willis will condense his range to one of these big hands, something like ace queen certainly, or even bigger. And now the flop has come 7, 10, jack, and Willis is holding two blockers to the made straight on the board, and he's backdoor hearts, but it's top flanze who continues, and I think Jonty will peel a card here, and he does peel a card. This is a smart call from Jonty, because top flanze, regardless of what he's holding, is going to be worried with that board, because there's no way Willis is thinking he has a 9, because Willis has two of them, and that's a beautiful card from Jonty. He's hit the 8 to give him the straight. Now, there is a bigger straight, but there's no way that that's in top flanze's range, Willis is thinking. There's no way that this guy has the 9 queen, because he's not a player to 3-bet and pre-flop out of position with 9 queen. That's what Willis is thinking to himself. And he's just taking his time. There is clubs, there is hearts, but top flanze is in bad shape. He's bet a big bet here. He has a good shot. A king is the only card that can win it for top flanze. And Jonty would make a very smart flat here. That's what he does. He just flat calls. So top flanze now. Now, top flanze may shut down if he doesn't hit his king, but he may continue. And that's paired the board, which is a slight concern to Willis, but it will not get him off the hand. And top flanze is going again. He's going again, and this is real. This is remarkable to see top flanze here with ace high go again. And it's putting severe pressure on Jonty. But I think Jonty is going to read this. The flush comes also. That's a serious problem. And it's a 26,000 bet. And Jonty is going to think this one through. The heart is a big concern. The paired board is a concern. It's very reasonable that top flanze could have 3-betted with jack 7s or 10s pre-flop. So all them hands are made now with the board pairing with the 8. It's also quite reasonable that top flanze could have re-raised with ace queen of hearts or ace king of hearts. So these are the 5 or 6 hands that Jonty is putting in the combination of range that top flanze is holding. So now he's considering the possibility, is he at it? Or would he do this with aces or kings? In all likelihood, I think he'll disregard aces or kings, because I think aces or kings will check back here. So really it's a complete bluff, or he's beaten. So this is a real tough spot for Jonty. And this is a really difficult position. So it's double trouble, that 8, because it pairs the board and it brings the flush. But Jonty makes the call. And that was not easy, viewers, believe me. And Jonty not showing because it's up to top flanze to show first. And top flanze knows he's been caught. He shows the ace high and the straight from Jaunty Willis.
That's real hard. Let's get out.
The talk is having a bit of fun with Jaunty saying slow roll. And that brings Willis right to the top of the pile. And believe me, viewers, that was an incredibly tough decision by Jaunty there. And top Flanzy now, how is he feeling after that triple barrel bluff? Let me know your thoughts, viewers, on that call from Jaunty. I know some players will be thinking that is a fold, that all he's ever beating is a bluff, and it's not something that top Flanzy has been doing. He's been playing very conservatively, and Jaunty Willis now 190,000, almost 200,000, has come to the top of the pile, and top Flanzy has taken a big dent to his stack. And Mossop is saying laugh out loud fold. And I think many players do fold there with the paired board and the heart. I don't think top Flanzy is ever betting that with an overpair, with like aces or kings. Any of his sets get there, his hearts get there, his ace king of hearts, ace queen of hearts get there. So the only thing that Jaunty's beating besides a bluff would be an overpair of aces, kings, queens, and I think aces, kings or queens always check back there after getting called twice on that board. So I think it is a reasonable fold. If one were to make the fold, wouldn't be out of the question whatsoever. You could see Jaunty, it took him several minutes to call, and he did call, and he scooped a monster pot, and he's quite pleased with himself. And now we are back to Mamba with the very artistic tattoos. And Mossop, he would jam all value hands. Betting the size he did is hardly telling a story. I'm not really saying it was the size of his bet that was telling the story. It was the fact that he continued to bet when the board paired and when the heart came, that he continued triple betting. It's not so much the size of the bet that was telling a story. And Sav7 says, I'd call, but everyone be calling me a donk. And you know what, Sav? That's exactly how I feel. I think I call there all the time as well, but many, many times I'm beat when I do call there. Particularly against a player of top Flanzy style. To me, he was playing extremely tight.
Oh, it's mein 5 Knopf. No, no.
Das ist mein 5
It's ihm seiner, rechts.
And Mossop making the point, if he jammed with ace queen, that would be a much better play. That's a good point. It's so high risk, isn't it? The jam. Problem sometimes with the all-in jam is it might look like the player is trying to buy the pot. But, you know, he just can't get rid of Jaunty. Every bet, Jaunty is sticking around, and out of desperation then it may look, the all-in may look a little bit desperate. But you know what? You could be right in this case, Mossop. I think a all-in bet there, Jonty doesn't call. Nevertheless, we're back in business here with Mamba, with the tattoos. Every part of his body with some quality tattoos, making it a 3-bet to 10,500, and it's folded around to Jerome on the button, who has a weak ace. He opens Jerome to 3,000, and Jerome gets out of town, and Jonty folds in the blinds, and Mamba shows his monster powerhouse ace king. And that's our scoreboard. You're watching Party Poker Live. €1,000 buy-in, 1,000 main event this is. Million guaranteed. And we're watching some really good action here from the first day of the Party Poker Live main event during the festival here in Kings Rozvadov. Fintan Gavin is my name. Going to be with you now for the next 3 days, right up to the final table on Monday. And Posberg is first to act here. Posberg with the 8-6. Posberg also qualified for this on 9. Bobinger. Small pair, early position, no bother to this guy. And he opens to 2,500. The talk trashes his hand, and now we're going to see top flanze with a very speculative hand, Queen 6 of spades. He's coming in here. Now Jerome tends to raise these hands, 7-5 of spades. If he's entering the pot, he would normally 3-bet, but it looks like he's just called here. And Jonty's getting priced in. He's on the button, though he has position, so a raise, a squeeze here is a consideration. And that looks like a squeeze bet. Looks like about 8,000, is that correct? I'm not sure.
Second time is my move.
And Willis has increased it to 13,000. And 13,000 now, it's quite a big 3-bet, so it's going to be folded around the small pair of Bobinger, a top flanze with pure trash folds, and Jerome knows that the chances of Willis are at it are quite high on the button, on a steal, but he don't mind. But what's going on here? Sorry, Theo had the queens and he's moved all in. I missed that, guys. Theo in the big blind. He had to act after Jonty 3-betted. Looked like Jonty made it 13,000, trying to squeeze the players out. But Theo Steimer woke up with an absolute monster. And that's our scoreboard. Thanks, guys, for joining us. I really appreciate you coming on board. And Sav7, commentator, what games do you usually play when you're playing poker? You know what I love playing is PLO spin and goes, $30 PLO spin and goes on 9. That's what I play on 9. And live, I love tournaments when I have the time. No limit holder tournaments are my favorite discipline and what I do best at, no limit hold'em. I also play a little bit of PLO cash, smaller stakes, 5-5, 2-2, that type of game. Thanks so much for coming on board. Keep the comments coming in, guys. We're going to be here for the next 3 days. Love discussing some of these hands and love talking about the different styles these players have and commentating on the different personalities and characters that we see. And this guy, the talk, who's raising here with King Queen, a huge personality here in the Poker Room and Kings. He's a regular. He's a businessman from Berlin. He's quite a big recreational player and he's very experienced. But this guy, Jerome, he's a real class act. This guy, Jerome, with the ace-10 of spades. He's a former Sunday Million online winner. And he's 3-bet now with the ace-10 of spades. And the action is back around to the talk with the king-queen, and he's asking how much.
7.6.
And action is on top Flanze, who I'm not really quite sure why he's considering. I don't know what he's doing in the hand in the first place with ace rag. He's called the first raise from the talk, and he's got squeezed out here now from Jerome, and that's the problem, calling weak in early position. And this guy Jerome, former online Sunday Million winner, seat 1, takes down the pot, and that's the scoreboard. Chip leader John T. Willis. See, the blinds are now 6-12 with a running ante at 200, and the short stack is Bobbinger, seat 6, and top Flanze, who pulled off that triple barrel bluff. You see him in the right hand of the screen, and that's exactly what's going through his mind at the moment. He's kicking himself. He's replaying that hand in his mind, and he was unfortunate that John T had him 8 straight, and John T decided it was too strong a hand to lay down and opted to call. And we've seen him scoop the biggest pot we've seen so far, and the action now is around to Jerome again, who's going to re-raise the talk, opened in early position with an 8-7. And Jerome don't enter pots without raising, and that's what he's done again with the king 10. Sorry guys, the graphics is saying there that Jerome was just calling with the king 10, so I gotta trust that's correct. And Theo Steimer is now to act after Mamba has folded. Theo Steimer, queen 10, saying no, not getting involved. And Bobbinger with the queen 8, who's very active. He is the short stack at the table, and he's opted to peel a flop here, and we're going to go 3-way. And we have Jerome, the talk, and Bobbinger. And first to act will be Bobbinger in the big blind position, and he's flopped top pair, and he'd probably bet this out maybe. The talk has also flopped a pair, but Bobbinger checked, so the talk is in a spot of bother here. And that's what happens raising with hands like this in early position. And when you hit your top pair, many times, just like on this occasion, you could be in trouble, and that's what he is in trouble, because Bobbinger has top pair also, but Bobbinger has the queen kicker, so he's raised to 7,500, and the talk is digging in his heels here. He's been stubborn, and he's called the re-raise, so the pot is swelled now to 25,000. It's gone check check, and the king has come, and this will probably go check check also. And Bobbinger, the talk's not going to want to show his hand, but he actually does. Bobbinger stacking up there nicely. And Squetchy, thanks for joining us, thanks for your comments, keep them coming guys. We're coming up to a break pretty soon, be a 10 or 15 minute break, but we're here for another 3 or 4 hours with you, and we're back tomorrow again. And the final table Monday, and I'm going to try and get a few guests in. There's a real vast array of poker players in the room. It's completely jammed. The place is absolutely buzzing. There's 3 different parties on tonight. There's an outdoor party down the road, a local party, some summer time party. There's a reggae party in the sister casino right next door. And then the big one is the Party Poker live party for the players right here, bang smack in the casino, with the top DJ in Europe. I forget his name, some Some guy, I'm not really into the dance scene, but apparently he's one of the top DJs around. So if you're around, come down. Plenty of fun. And this is Ace-9 suited from Jerome, who's made the raise to 2700. And the two blinds have called. Bobbinger with the same hand, Ace-9 of hearts. And the talk is priced in on the big blind with 6-5. And everybody misses that flop. And it's going to be first to bet will win this. And the blind of Bobbinger on the small blind is probably going to check here. No, he's no backdoor options, but look at this. He's betting the King 3 out, and this will win the pot. There's no way Jerome can continue here, I don't think. He has backdoor spades, and he's thinking that there's a probability that Bobbinger could just bet out if he hit a 3 here, and he could flat and represent the king, and that's what Jerome is deciding to do. He's not giving up, so he's just flatting here, and that's danger for Bobbinger, and it's a smart play by Jerome. And another diamond has come, so this is even more dangerous now for Bobbinger, because if Jerome flat called the bet with a flush draw, the flush has come home, and now a bet from Jerome will end it, I'd imagine. It was a really smart flat call. He put Bobbinger in the blinds on some sign of a weak hand, and maybe included a 3 or something like that. And now the way the board has come with the extra diamond and another overcard to the 3, that there's no way Bobbinger can continue. It just looks way too strong, and it's a 6,600 call. And Bobbinger now, has he the strength to continue? He does not, and we're just watching pure quality no limit hold'em play using the power position. Jerome in seat 1, and the button moves, and now the talk is on the small one. Top Planze is on the big blind with Jerome onto the button, and Jerome now up to 90,000. The big blind is 1,200 here. We'll be there tomorrow for day 2. Yes, we will be here tomorrow for day 2, just bad beat. We'll be bringing you this stream again right up to the winner is announced on Monday. And we expect some real quality play, because the amount of players in the casino is extraordinary. It's completely jam-packed, and some real big name players. And hopefully as the tournament progresses, the producers will pick a table that will bring us the maximum amount of entertainment. And Posberg. Oh, this guy is a little bit of a maniac. He's on the big blind. He's good fun, I like him. And the button, it looks like the button of Bobbinger opened, and Posberg just flatted with the queen. Sorry, the queens opened in the cutoff. The queens opened, and the button called ace-5, and now top Flanze with the ace-10 of diamonds is announced re-raise, and he's made it 9,000. So the action now is back with Posberg, and it was 9,000, and it looks like Posberg is underrepresenting the value of this hand he has. It seems to me that Posberg has just played this a little bit crafty. He has position on top Flanze, and he would have seen the triple barrel bluff from top Flanze earlier on against Jonty. So he's deciding to just call the 3-bet in position now. An overcard to the queens comes in, but this guy is is some crack. He's just moved all in. He's put his tournament on the line. He's moved in for 40,000 into a 23,000 pot. And it's not an easy call. And he folds! And top Flanze is almost lunatic play. It was like, the money went in, practically the dealer hadn't even finished the flop. And top Flanze just shoves his stack in.
So oft auf die Mütze bekommen.
Wurde eingetopft. Öfters eingetopft.
And Posberg, he underrepped the value of his starting hand, while at the same time top Flanze was completely overrepresenting the value of his hand. It was a classic hold'em situation there, and Posberg just took the flop in position. One overcard came, and top Flanze jammed. And that's quite remarkable what just happened there. And Squetchy, the power of aggression is correct. And Posberg is going to be pretty disappointed when he sees the live stream later on, or when his friends text him in about a half an hour or so, that this guy, top Flanze, really is playing super loose aggressive. And it's almost crazy. I love it. I love his play. It really brings for good entertainment, but it's so high risk. But he dodged a bullet there. He 3-bet pre. I was wondering about Posberg's flat. He could have 4-betted with the queens, but he had position perfectly reasonable. But he has to be prepared for an ace or king to come on the board, and he just wasn't prepared for it. And when the jam came, he quickly folded. And just bad beat saying it was a free roll move. And that's quite funny, because top Flanze, that's his username on Party Poker, and he qualified for 1 cent online for 1 cent. And Posberg here now takes down a pot with a good shot second pair and a good shot straight. And that's our scoreboard. Chip leader, Jaunty from Nottingham, UK. Jonathan Willis. And Mamba with the really incredible artistic tattoos all over him. They really are quite fascinating. He's sitting next to Jaunty with 162,000. And top Flanze, he's turned out he's been playing very tight for the first hour, but was really loosened up and has come out with some incredible moves. Was caught a few times, but got his all-in bluff through against Posberg just a little bit earlier.
Seht ihr mal, was ich hier für eine Scheißkarte kriege, ne? Nicht, dass denkt, ich bin Beton oder so. Ich muss mein Image aufrechterhalten. Ich muss mein Image aufrechterhalten. Kein Beton.
And now we have Posberg with the small pair, 5-5s, opens up. And I'm not sure what the sound is like there, guys. Is there interference or what the story is? Please do let me know if there is. And Jaunty's probably going to peel a flop in the big blind position with a king 8. I'm going to go two-way. Posberg with the 5s and Jaunty with the king 8, and it's ace ace 8. And Posberg continuing now with his fives. Ace, 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 8. And Willis has outflopped him. And Willis is just flat calling here. And a 3 comes. And Jonty might try and protect his hand here with a little bet. He's flat Posberg to show Posberg that he has a hand. And now the turn has come. And it's not a bad card for Jonty. So he's betting out to protect his 8. And Posberg here doesn't know what's going on, but he's just going to peel another card because he thinks Jonty might be at it with a flush draw, and maybe a 5 comes, and what comes? Full house. And it was a speculative call by Posberg, and Jonty might shut up now because it is a spade, and the fact that he gets called. There's many combinations of hands that beat the aces and 8, and Jonty's going to check this, and that's what he does. But Posberg is 100 out of 100 times going to bet this full house, and it's going to be decision time for Jonty again, who may get away from this. It's going to be hard to, but he may get away. I think it's going to be a show of real class if he does. It looks like a pot-sized bet. It's a huge bet of 25,000. And it's a smart bet because it looks like a bit of a steal. And Jonty is going to show his class here, I feel, by folding. And that is a quality fold. And many unexperienced players just call off there. And that's another quality play by this young man who's really impressed us. And that's the scoreboard. Mamba and Jonty are chip leaders. And Top Flanze, who's left the table, he's in seed 8. He really is a character. He's playing 60,000, 50 big blinds. And Bobbinger is the shortest stack in seed 8, who's tightened up a bit in the last hour. We're going to be going to a break soon, but do stay with us, guys.
Nice move. You got lucky for me.
I think space it. I think space. That's why even more I didn't check it. Have spades, yeah.
Yeah. I think the call was my 5.
And the talk is
I think you have.
in the hijack, which is 2 places off the button, 1 place off the cut-off point. It's relatively late position, and he's picked up pocket pair. It's been folded around to him, so it's quite reasonable here to open to 2-9. And Jerome, who's on the button, is going to play 8-7, and he doesn't realise what good shape he is against the pocket 2s. And the big blind of Mamba, who I haven't seen much of, but he is the chip leader on the table, has a suited queen, and he feels that he's priced in to peel a flop. And it's 3-way, Jerome the talk and Mamba, and Mamba has hit that flop with top pair, and Jerome has hit second pair, and the action is folded around to the button, and it's Jerome in last to act on the button who's going to bet this out. And Jerome has put in a sizable bet here, and he's going to find resistance from Mamba, who's flopped top pair on the big blind. He's out of position here, Mamba, so he's going to just call and see what happens on the turn. There's 25,000 out there almost, and that's a lock on the hand. It's all over. And he's just checked back to Jerome. Now, it's not a great card for Jerome because you probably feel that the likelihood of Mamba holding a queen is a lot less now, that the fact that another queen has come out, and he's probably considering that Mamba is on some type of a draw, maybe a straight draw with like a 6-9, 7-9. He was on the big blind, could have hearts, so he's an option now. He has a choice of betting again, and that's what he's decided to do, to try and drive out the draws, which will fold when the board pairs all the time, or most of the time. But in this occasion, Mamba's not on a draw. He has trips and he's going nowhere, and you might see a click back here from Mamba. You could see he's starting to breathe a lot faster. He's hit 3 queens. He's quite confident in his hand now. He has a couple of choices, And if I'm reading that right, the bet was actually much smaller, 1,500. I'm not sure. I'm not really sure. Is that correct? And check here, I think, is a reasonable outcome. And Jerome does check. And he shows trips.
Geh doch ran, blöff doch, was machst du? Was ist das? Hast du Schultern, Leo?
Good check.
An den Boden oder was?
Ja. Ich brauche noch ein bisschen mehr da.
Noch eine Pfand.
Ich hast gewonnen. Ich glaube, Leute gewonnen.
And we are in hand number 44. The blinds are 6-12.
I want to slip again.
And it's one of the last hands before the break. And it's Posberg under the gun with ace jack, who will open here, I feel.
Der war gut.
And thanks for your comments. Just stay with us, bear with us, guys. We're getting the sound right for you guys. It's our absolute pleasure to bring you this broadcast. This is the home of live poker in Europe. This is where all the poker action is. It's 24/7. It's the home of all the big festivals in Europe. And this is the Party Poker Live you're watching. It's 1,000 buy-in, million guaranteed, and we're going to be here right up until Monday when we have the final table and we'll announce a winner. And the talk has called with 9-10 off. He probably feels Posberg is opening up quite a lot lately, and he's actually, the 9-10 has hit that flop, and a good shot for Theo Steimer with a backdoor heart draw, and it's been checked into the talk, who's hit top pair with a backdoor spade draw, and the action is on to Mamba with Queen 3, who's going nowhere. And now we have Theo with the good shot straight backdoor hearts, and he's in the big blind, and because Posberg is to act after him, he may just give this up, I feel. And there's nothing wrong with calling here, I think, because many cards he can pick up that would help him, but he decides because Posberg's act after him. And we see the talk there, who made a very loose call pre-flop with 10-9 off, get rewarded and take down the pot.
When we are in the break, we're gonna go back to the table 1-0.
That's Christian, Party Poker TD.
You know him? The best WPT manager all of the world.
And he's just explaining that this table goes back to its original starting position, and it's saying there's 12 minutes to the break. I'm not sure, is that right? It probably is 13 minutes, yeah. And this table goes back to where it started in the tournament arena, and the producers will randomly pick another table, and then players then will be moved up here during the break, and we'll have a new set of players for you.
Yeah. I also. Yeah, sure.
And Mamba on the button with a powerhouse. Jerome opened in late position with ace-6, and he's going to get re-raised here from Mamba with the ace-king. And Theo will probably give up his king-10. He's in the worst possible position on the table. And there is action back to Jerome, who may use his option to re-raise again, but on this occasion I don't feel he will with ace rag. He's going to peel a flop.
Hast du gehabt? Hast du gehabt? Muss ich so lange warten? Ich sag, hast du gehabt? Muss ich nicht so lange warten?
Okay, the 3-bet was to 8,000 by Mamba on the button with ace king, and the option has come back to Jerome, and Jerome has opted to peel a flop here with ace 6, and both players miss. Mamba, who's come out the better of the tussles here against Jerome, is going to continue with his ace king here. And it's a 5-7-5 board, and Jerome has an option here to continue. Now remember, Jerome is one of the shorter stacks at the table, so this is getting quite expensive, but he's opting to play this. He has a backdoor straight, and you might feel he's cards to catch, including his ace that may be good, but he really is in bad shape here, and the 10 is no good to him. And I'm just wondering what he does now. Does he represent a card out there? He doesn't. He just checked. He's going to get checked back here by Mamba, and that's what happens. And now we have a river card, and I don't think a bet here will get through from Jerome, and that's the only way he can win the pot, is by betting. And ace jack, ace queen, ace king obviously beats him, because he'll just be using his ace and the 10 kicker out there with the 3 5s. So he's checking here, and probably Mamba checks back, and that's what happens. Not so good, eh? Says Jerome. And they're asking who show first, and I believe it's Mamba that has to show first, because he bet the flop. And Mamba increases his chip lead here.
Aber jetzt diesmal hätte ich gemerkt. Das ist bei manchen Events halt unterschiedlich. Hier musst du First Position zeigen, andere Last Action, deswegen. Deswegen. Aber jetzt weiß ich's. Danke.
Mix.
3 times check on the river.
Mix. Ace king, always mix.
Yeah, I hate this.
He's playing almost 200,000 now, our player in C3, Mamba, with the artistic tattoos.
I never hit this hand.
Not really done anything wrong. He's played a really solid game. And under the gun is the talk, who's certainly going to open with king queen. We see him play all types of hands in these early positions, and that's what he does. He goes for his chips, and the action now is with this guy. This guy is very entertaining. Top Flanza, who's made a reasonable call with Jack 10 suited, and is folded around to Mamba, who has an option to flat call or raise, but he just flat calls with the ace 8 of clubs. Osberg folds in the small blind, and this is Bobinger with a king 3, who feels that he's priced in to call on the big blind, and we're going to see 4-way action.
It's a kind of thing.
And the talk is betting out that board of 5-2-5, and this is very reasonable call from Mamba, because he's many cards to hit to help him. His backdoor straight, his backdoor clubs, and his ace high may be good. He's going to know that Mamba's playing all types of hands in early position, and this is going to shut down now. It's going to check, and Mamba is going to try and steal here. He thinks he's stealing, but he's actually ahead with his ace high. And he's played a real smart game, this guy Mamba. He's used the power position and the power of his chip stack, and he takes down another pot, and he really is being very impressive. He's done nothing wrong, and he shows an 8, and he's trying to make out that he had a house of 8s, but he was ahead. King queen no good, And Mamba increases his chip stack over 200,000, and Jerome now is down to 56,000. The seat missing there is our friend Jonathan Willis from Nottingham, and he's played a very smart game also. Really has been an entertaining session this table. We've seen some real funny mix between the skill levels of the players. And I'm speaking about Bobinger and Top Flanzy, who really added a lot of colour to the table. They played some real unorthodox moves, but it really brightened up the table. It was very high risk but very entertaining. And Jerome with the Jack 8 is facing a raise from Top Flanzy, who was first to act and raised with Ace 6, and now the action is with Jerome and Jack 8 of hearts. Jerome just flat calling here, and Janti has folded an Ace Jack, and the button is Posberg, who's going to peel here with a 9-10 suited. I feel it's a really good hand that flops well, particularly in multi-way pots. He decides, and that's a strange move. I understand now because Jerome 3-bet, and that makes more sense. And this is a feature of Jerome's game. If he's entering a pot, he likes to 2 or 3-bet. He likes to be the pre-flop aggressor, and that gives him control of the pot post-flop. He feels many times he can outplay his opponents. And it's 3-way, and Top Flanzy is in a spot of bother here with Ace 6, because even with an ace coming down, he's not going to really know where he is. The talk has hearts, he's bigger hearts than Jerome, but the likelihood of a flush is quite low because Top Flanzy is holding a heart as well. And the Ace 6 has backdoor spades, and it's top pair, so you're going to see action here, guys, because Jerome is going to continue. He 3-betted pre, and he's hit top pair, and he's going to continue here, no doubt. And the talk has hit bottom pair, but I feel that he's going to lose interest if Jerome shows aggression here.
7-5.
So 7-5. Now watch the move. I think the talk will get out of the way. May call, but I feel he'll fold. And he does call. Now watch this guy make a move. He's going to move in 100%. He's a nut flush draw. Okay, I thought that was a good spot for Top Flanzy to move in there with the nut flush draw, but he decides to flat call and chase the draw. Of course, I got that completely wrong, but in anyhow, I got one spot of it right, that Jerome would continue, and he did. I thought that the talk might fold there with no spade and just the 4, but he's opted to call, and now Top Flanzy has hit the absolute nuts. And that flat call turned out to be quite smart, and he's trying to trap check here. Talk is checked, but Jerome is too smart for this, and he gives up and he checks. And the jack comes, and we're going to see a check from the talk. We're going to see a bet from Top Flanzy, and we're going to see a fold around, I'm sure. Top Flanzy here now, going to increase his stack. There's no possible way of losing this hand, because he's never folding to a bluff raise, because he's holding the second nuts. There is a straight flush out there, but he's never putting on anyone on that, and he just shows the 6. Not sure I'd be doing that if I'm Top Flanzy, because I don't know, does he want action, as he tends to bluff quite a lot and play quite loose. So I'd be showing the other card if I was him. And anyhow, he's sitting down there playing, and I'm up here commentating, so he's entitled to play whatever way he wants, and it's working out for him so far. He's up to 82,000 now, almost 70 big blinds. And Jerome, who played that hand, Jack 8, quite aggressively, continued on the flop. But it was a bad flop for him with the 3 spades, and the 4th spade came and he shut down.
Noch nicht.
Die Schöne bei uns hergezogen. Die Schöne bei uns hergezogen.
Nicht kommentiert. Ach, dann ja.
First act here is Jerome. And you're very welcome. Snake Eyes watching you. Thank you for joining us. And Rainbow, are you asking about available hotel rooms? Is that correct?
Ist sowieso.
Ja, ja. Das weiß ich nicht. Darum bin ich immer ja da.
And
Weil ich nicht
I think you're asking about the hotel rooms, if I can make out your question. Yes, there's several hotels. Kings Casino own many of the hotels around the area. They also have partner hotels. I'm staying myself about 10 miles away in one of the partner hotels. The girls here will look after you. They look after your transport, hotel, the whole thing. They're top quality. The service level in Kings Casino is the best I've ever seen. Right from the second you come in the door, you meet, there's Tarkin, the head TD and manager, there's Michael, the assistant manager, there's Martin, the guy over the hotels, there's the transport manager. They're top class. The girls they have in reception are really helpful. Almost all of them speak English and many other languages. And if you're considering a visit here, there's a simple phone number on the website you can ring and they do everything for you. They'll book your rooms, all very good value. Many of my friends visit here on a regular basis and they really do offer fantastic value. They'll book your room, they'll pick you up at any airport you fly into, whether it's Prague, Nuremberg, Munich. And I think we're coming to the end of our first session, guys. We're going to be back for a second session. And
Can I get a rec, please?
please do come back and join us again. I believe it's a 15-minute break. That's the information I have. I'm going to sign off now, guys. Back in 15 minutes. Fintan Gavin is my name. I will be back with you, bringing you the coverage of the million guaranteed 1,000 buy-in Party Poker Live from Kings Casino, Rozvadov. Ciao for now. Back soon. Bye-bye.
It was a pleasure to me to play with you. Okay, perfect.
Die Damen habe ich geschoben.
Thank you.
Gut, das ist ganz gut.
Oh, hallo.
Kommst du jetzt?
Ja, hier.
I almost came yesterday.
You were too late. I waited for you.
Like 2 hands.
They bring the ships downstairs, right?
Oh.
They bring the ships downstairs.
No, give me the second.
If I knew that, I would
I have
have.
to take it.
Then I had just four hands. If I knew you would come 2 hands later.
Ja, można iść do Hanu, a od Hanu si má dát break a pak má přijít sem. A ty nevím, budem si to podívat, ale kde tady je. A to se mě nestojí back. Jo,
radši byl...
Máš si dát break a pak máš tady. Jo, normálně. Main event. Jo.
Utekla. Určitě. Určitě potom se pospíchala. Určitě se dělej. Teď se má se. Pojď. Tak mi pomůžeš. Říkáš, že 54, nebo si ty ukáž, a najednou byl 54.
Didn't move this guy? No, he left his stack up here. It's table 102. I will put on the 102.
I need so much.
You're very welcome back. Fintan Gavin is my name, and we're looking at a brand new table draw. We'll be starting very shortly. We had 350 players today, which brings the total players to 650, I believe. They do need 1,000 players, but they have another start flight, a turbo start flight, and there's also re-entries, and Alexandra here with the ace king in the hijack is going to raise it up. You're watching the Party Poker Millions Festival, German festival. We're live from King's Casino in Rozvadov. 1 million guaranteed, guys. And Adelis opts to fold, ace rag, and Ra on the button folds, but Khotan in the small blind may opt to peel a flop here with Queen 10. And we're going to have two-way action here, and that's ace, king, queen. It's an action flop because Khotan has flopped a pair with a good shot, and Alexander, who has the ace, king, will continue here. He's nailed that flop, top two pair. There is a flush draw. He'll recognize as a straight draw, and he's going to continue here most of the time. And that's what he does. He's playing a big stack of 160,000, and Khotan, who's playing 200,000 plus, is going to call the bet of 6,000. No, he doesn't, and that's pretty disciplined fold there. And Alexander with the ace king shows top two, and Delis is in the danger zone here. Delis in C3, he folded ace rag there. Delis has just 8 big blinds. The big blind is 1,600. So expect a move from him, certainly in this level. He cannot afford to hide. 8 and 16, he's playing 13,000. You will see him move. And Alexander, queen 9 of spades, is going to open again after he showed the table his ace king in the hand before, and our short stack gets out of the way, and the action is on Ra. The cutoff with 8-5, and Khotan now on the button with an ace. He called with queen 10 on the last hand. He flopped a queen, but he decided against continuing. Made a clever fold there, and he's just flatting here on the button with ace 8, and the small blind's going to fold 7-3. And action now on the big blind, and it's the same script as the last hand. It's Khotan with the ace 8 and Alexander with the queen 9, and it's Khotan in the lead this time, and he hits top pair and Alexander hits second pair, and Alexander is first to act, and he's going to continue, and he's going to find that Khotan is going to stick around here. He's top pair, backdoor clubs, and 5 comes, and he's shutting down now, Alexander, because the likelihood of Khotan having an ace in his hand is quite reasonable, given that he called his raise pre-flop, and he's called his bet on the flop, and that's a horrible card, but Alexander doesn't value bet it, and Alexander missed an opportunity there. He spiked 2 pair on the river, and he missed an opportunity to pick up a additional bet from Khotan, who had top pair and would certainly call, I feel, if Alexander valued his 2 pair. But he opted to check. I'm pretty positive that was kind of a trap check, hoping to get action, but he didn't get any action. And we see Alexander chip up. We are 7-handed here. We have an empty seat. It's reading 8, so the player will be joining us. And under the gun, first to act is Alexander here, and he's going to open again. No, he says, I'm giving, not again, he said. He opened to queen 9 the last time, but this time first to act, he opts to fold, and that proved a wise move because Ra has a bigger queen here, queen jack. And 3,400 raise, and cracked on the button folds, and Chris in the small blind opts to fold, and the action on the big blind, a Sharia folds, and Ra takes down the flop, takes down the blinds, and that's our chip leader there on the top of the board at Sharia with 300,000 plus 200 big blinds, a giant stack, and their short stack is Delis, who you're going to see make a move very shortly. Other big stacks there is Alexander C2 and Chris in seat 8, sporting a beautiful watch and artistic tattoos in his Adidas runners. Fintan Gavin is my name from Ireland, and very pleased to be here with you. I'm going to bring you all the action from this event, the Party Poker Millions event. We're live from King's Casino. There's $1 million guaranteed in this tournament. It's 1,000 buy-in, and the payouts aren't published yet because the registration is still open. There's still a day tomorrow where players can play a turbo, and then day 2 starts proper tomorrow. Turbo's early in the day. The day 2 starts tomorrow, and then the play to the final on Monday. And we have the final table. We're broadcasting all the action for you. It'll go into the late hours, there's no doubt, on Monday, but we'll bring you the action. And Ra opened with Jack 7 suited, and he got called by Alexander with Jack 8, and it's first to bet here because nobody has hit anything, and it's Ra that leads out and Alexander gives it up. And appreciate you coming on and sharing your views. Let us know what your opinions are. It's our pleasure to bring you this broadcast. This is the home of live poker in Europe. This is Kings Casino, and the biggest and best poker festivals are hosted here. All the major online poker brands have their home here, including Party Poker, who are watching now, Poker Stars, and we have that looks like Tomovic who sat down. No, it's not. Sorry. And we have a partnership with the WSOP. We've confirmed WSOP Europe for October, which includes a one-drop event, 111,000 buy-in. And then is Tomovic from Serbia who sat down. And he final tabled the high roll. I'm not sure how he got on. That's Paul, our tech guy. Top class job they do here in Kings Casino. And Tomovic is a real experienced pro. Anyone know this guy will know. He's no rookie. He's been around the block for quite a long time, this Tomovic. He plays the high stakes cash games here, not the Omaha. He played the Hold'em. He looks a bit disappointed here because the hold cards are shown. And that'll give you an indication of the type of personality he is. He's vastly experienced. He plays all the tournaments, big and small. You could see him in a 5,000 high roller, and if he busts out, you'll see him playing the €100 one-day game. He's a real no-limit hold'em specialist. And I noticed last night he made the final table of the 200,000 guaranteed, 2,000 buy-in. But I'm not sure how that finished. I'll get the news for you. And he's a bit peeved because he has to give up his cell phone and he won't be able to contact his soldiers. He runs a private army in Serbia, and he'll be out of contact for a while. That's Tomovic in seat 6, the black shirt, and certainly the most experienced player on this table without a doubt, certainly in the live. And he's playing 140,000. And we're going to see Tomovic open here with ace-9 in mid position, and he's going to establish himself as the table captain here, I don't doubt. As I say, he has more experience than most of the players. That was Chris. He's a very experienced player also on seat 8. He plays all the cash games here, and he's pretty decent no limit hold'em player, and the short stack Dallas on the big blind, and probably had a shipping hand there, but he opts the call. I'm not sure what his plans are now. If he misses, he will be first to act, and he's definitely moving in here with top 2. He'll probably trap check here Tomovic and hope he continue bets, and Tomovic is too smart for that. And now Dallas, he needs to check again if he's going to get any value, because Tomovic won't check twice, and he does check. That's a good check, and we may see Tomovic now after checking the flop, and he does, and he won't check twice, Tomovic, and that's a really good second check from Dallas because he's got action, and he's going to shut down the hand now. He moves all in, and I think Tomovic is called. Tomovic priced in, and Tomovic drawing dead, and that's a really smart double up. Very well double up, deserved double up from Dallas, because he played it really well. It took a lot of discipline to check that twice. And that's Dallas now. He has a bit of breathing space. He's up to 28k. And Tomovic still with a very healthy stack of 127,000. But it's Kotan, Chris, and the chip leader in seat 1 at Chariot. Chris is in seat 8. Keep an eye out for this guy. And Tomovic trying to establish himself here as the table boss. Many of the regulars here, like Chris, will know Tomovic very well. He plays the high stakes, no limit hold'em games, but he is a no limit hold'em tournament specialist, and he's going to fold here 9-6, and the action is around to Chris now, who is playing a very healthy stack, and he also folds, and that's our chip leader at Sharia in the cutoff with ace-5, and this is a raising hand in this position, and it's into Alexander on the button, who's quite active, and he's going to continue here also with a7. He has the advantage of having the button, which is the best position, and he's also a suited ace, so he's certainly going to play here, and he's considering a raise here because he know Acharya's range is quite wide given that it was folded around to him, and that does look like a raise. And it's a 3-bet to 11,000, so the king 10 will fold, and the action is back on Acharya, who's in a spot of bother now because he's out of position with a weak ace, and it's been 3-betted. These are two big stacks on the table. Alexander's playing 170,000 and Acharya is their chip leader. He's well over double the average stack in the tournament. And it's really interesting, the dynamics of late position openers and button raisers, because ranges can be very wide, and he shows his ace there, Alexandra, and Acharya is quite happy to see an ace because he knows he had one of the worst possible aces, unsuited ace rag, so he's pleased with himself there that Alexandra had a better kicker, and the button moves now, and now we're going to see Tomovic from Serbia is going to be first to act. Tomovic just joined us, he's just doubled up the short stack, and it was quite a good play from the short stack, who flopped top 2 pair. Tomovic knows what to do with 6-3 in first position, and Chris folds, and our chip leader is going to fold a king 4 here. And now this is the action player at the table. He's going to open again here, I believe. He's in the cutoff. It's been folded around to him. It's kind of an onus on the players here in late position to raise with quite a wide range of starting hands, and ace-5 suited is not the worst hand to open with in this position, and it's folded around, and very often it will take down the blinds, and he seems to be targeting this guy, Kostan, and Kostan comes across as a bit of a calling station, but it's very early days yet. It's probably totally unfair to judge the man, and it's a massive flop for Alexander, and he's flopped top 2 pair, and he's considering to check here and let Constant catch up, but he'll probably continue and bump up the pot, I'd imagine. And he does, and Constant can't really continue here with a backdoor straight draw. That's one of the action players. You're going to see a lot of action from this guy, Alexander. And Rainbow saying that the prize pool will be about 10% of first place, which will be around 100,000. And from my limited experience, Rainbow, this prize pool will be a lot closer to 20%. I believe it'll be minimum 175,000 for first, probably closer to 200,000. But who knows? That's down to the TDs. It's Tarkin here that runs the show, and we have Christian, the party poker rep, who's here also. So they're the guys that call the shots. They'll do up the prize pool. It'll be dependent on the amount of entries in the tournament. I believe we have about 650 at the moment. We have another start day. Turbo. And this is our short stack, and he's moving in here. And it's very high risk, this, because if he's get caught, if there's a call, he knows he's in real bad shape with just the jack high. Jack 9 on suited. Constant is going to fold here in the small blind, and Tomovic is on the big blind. and he gives up a Jack 8, and Dallas, like a lot of what I've seen so far from this kid, he's doubled up very smartly against Tomovic, and it's not an easy thing to do. Tomovic, serious live experience. He's without a doubt by far the most experienced live player on this table. I know this guy for a while. First visit here to Kings, I remember commentating on a high limit, no limit hold'em table. He plays all the high stakes games here, but he is a tournament specialist, as I've said. That's his forte, is no limit hold'em tournaments, and he has a great amount of experience in these situations. But he doubled up Delhi the short stack, and he's on the blinds here now. And this guy Chris is another class act. He's a regular here in Kings, and he plays cash quite a lot now. He plays big stakes as well, Chris, but he plays all the big festival tournaments. And an ace king, and it's a very strong hand, and it's very reasonable to open with this hand. Every player in every situation is always opening here with ace king, regardless of what position they're in. And Chris opens with ace king, and it's folded around to the big blind and cracked in the big blind with a 7-4, and both players have missed, but Chris in the lead with the gut shot to the straight, and he's checked there because it's quite plausible that cracked has a hand containing a jack or a queen if he's calling a raise pre-flop, and it's just gone check check, and Chris is happy enough here to get to the river, and ace king, as it does so very often, hits on the river, and that's going to make Chris feel a lot better. Cracked is going to have a shot at this to try and steal, but unfortunately for him, he's running into a monster hand, and it's a monster player. It's Chris who's fidgeting there with his spinner, and he is going to call, no doubt. He's not liking this, but he's calling here. 9 times out of 10, he's just going to flat call. 3,000 bet, and he does a value raise because he believes there's no way that cracked would check the queen twice and probably put him on something like a jack and hoping to get paid there. But pretty risky raise there, value raise, but nevertheless the bet gets through. I'm not sure what Chris would have done if cracked played back at him. And Life Loving making a contribution here about Tomovic, saying that he may be a tournament specialist, but he hasn't got 6-figure wins so far in tourneys. But I bet he's won cash pots higher. And I don't really have all the stats. I haven't done any research really on Tomovic. The reason I know him here is just from Kings, is from meeting him in Kings and from commentating at the high stakes no limit hold'em cash games, and he does quite well in them, from the ones I've seen. And I did notice that he does play the big buy-in tournaments, and what stuck out to me was that Tomovic, he would also play the smaller tournaments. And when I finish early, I jump into the €100 daily game here in Kings just to relax and unwind, and it's quite a good game. It's always a decent guarantee, and very often I would see Tomovic after commentating on him in the high stakes hold'em cash game, and it could be 50, 60,000 euro swings, and then I would meet Tomovic in the €100 buy-in tournament later that night, which I always found quite fascinating. So I do know that he is a dedicated tournament player. He loves tournaments. Don't have the stats, but I do take your word for it. And he's opened here in the button, which is quite credible, but cracked now. He's shown he has the moves, this guy cracked in the baseball hat in seat 7. That's Paul, our tech guy. Top class job he does here. It's our pleasure to bring you this production. This is obviously free of charge. It's done by the casino to promote the casino, and there's going to be a lot more of it. We're going to give you a lot of live poker, loads of things planned coming up over the next few months, and we are 24/7 now with the broadcasts. Much of the content is live. I believe it's up to 100 hours a week of live poker. It's just unheard of. You will not get that anywhere else on any other channel. This is quite unique that there's 24/7 broadcasted poker, and this is our short stack, and Dallas with the aces is going to raise this. He's playing 30,000. He's the short stack. He's playing about 27 or 28 blinds, and Ra is going to get in trouble here if he flops a king or a queen, and Cracked is going to get out of the way with 9-3, and Chris now in the small blind position takes a peek at his cards and will more than likely fold unless he's playing a monster. And Acharya, who's our chip leader, may try and raise and squeeze the players out here, because he just flats in the hope of flopping a set. So we have three very credible starting hands here. King Queen, the monster powerhouse ace ace, the number one starting hand, and we have mid pair, and that's ugly. The ace might save Ra, but I feel that he's going to pay Dallas off at least once. Now Dallas is this. I really like this guy. It's high risk what he's doing because there is hearts and straight draws out there, and he's trying to. And this is end bingo, double up coming. Dallas has hit a fantastic card. It does bring us straight, but what it's done is it's given Ra two pair, and Ra is actually drawing dead with two pair, and Acharya with the sevens has checked, and now action on Dallas with a set, and I'm loving this hand. It's now a disaster would be a king or queen for Ra. Now the 3 is a heart, so it brings a flush, but there's 23,000 out there. Dallas is only playing 21,000 out, 21,000. So it's quite reasonable for Dallas to move all in here. I'm positive he feels very comfortable with his top set, and he's trying to figure out what's going to call him. And certainly King Queen is one of them hands, and that's exactly what Ra has. And it looks like he's not going all in. He's going to make it about 10,000, it looks like. It's 12,000, and he's certainly getting called here with two pair. And fairness to Ra, he didn't get carried away here. He's going to pay him off. It's very hard not to. And he's going to show the top set. And it could have been a little bit worse for Ra. And this kid Dallas in C3, he's playing 12 blinds not too long ago, and he's really been smart in his play. He got Tomovic to double him up, and as I say, that's not an easy thing to do, particularly when Tomovic was only holding ace high. But he played it really smart that time, and now he's played his aces. He flopped top set, and he's just checked it. He was the pre-flop raiser. Ra flopped second pair. He checked as well, made a smart check. Didn't do too much wrong there, Ra. I don't think there's any escaping that. And I'm asked here from Life Loving about the showroom in Vegas, the Kings poker room in Vegas. Kings do have a poker room. It's the high stakes cash game in the Rio, and they have a new poker room there for the duration of the series. Some seriously big cash action. There is no broadcast from there. Tarkin, the manager here, has confirmed that to me, Life Love. There's no broadcast. And we have Ra here, who's just lost a big pot, has raised to ace 4, and he's in spot of bother because Constant with the ace king. makes it 16. Kind of overbets his ace king here, because I don't feel Ra is going to call. He does call off, and I'm not really liking this much from Ra, because I really don't know what ace rag is beating here. But he does hit a 4, and he's gone ahead, would you believe? And Constant now needs to check this back and try and hit a card to... He doesn't check though, Constant. He bets 30,000. It's a very strong bet. It's 30,000. Ra's only playing 67. So I believe if Ra moves all in here, I think Constant is valued. Now this is what confuses me here. Ra is calling with the ace 4. 3-bet pre-flop. It comes 9-9-4. He's hit his 4. Actually goes ahead of ace king and decides the strength of the 30,000 bet was just way too strong to continue. And a little bit of a misstep there by Ra, in my opinion. And the action is pretty good here, and Life Loving just say Ra's a bit tilted, probably after hitting the 2 pair, but he played that quite well, that hand. I think he's played it quite well. And Tomovic, biggest tourney win, 77,000. And I don't believe the listings you see included his score yesterday. I'm not sure what he got. It was a high roller yesterday. I know he didn't win it, but he made the final table. Not sure where he finished. I was just playing a side event last night when I finished. There was a 100 buy-in, 50,000 guaranteed one-day event. I mean, what a way to end the evening. Jump in for your €100 with the chance of winning first place 10,000 plus. Anyway, back to the action here. This is the Party Poker 1,000 buy-in, million guarantee. And we're watching Dellis, who's played a really smart game in my opinion. And he's up against Ra, who is having a shot at this, takes it down. For the benefit of viewers who've just logged on, you're watching a live tournament broadcast from King's Poker Room. And the tournament here is the Party Poker Millions. It's a 1,000 buy-in, million guaranteed. And we're looking at a monster hand here from Cracked, who has raised with queens and he's taken it down. And if you've just joined there, you look on your left hand side, seat 1 is a chip leader at Sharia, and seat 2, plenty of action from this guy with the shaved head and the glasses and the scarf. That's Alexander. And this guy on the button, Delhi, he's been really impressive so far. He started this table with 12 or 13 big blinds, and he's really built up his stack very smartly. And tomorrow, you can just see an ad there. There is a turbo tomorrow, 12 o'clock. And if you fancy having a shot at that million prize pool, it'll be 200, estimated 200,000 first place. And if you want to crack at that, you have another opportunity tomorrow at 12 o'clock. There's a turbo. And we're watching the chip leader here is going to open up with pocket sixes in the hijack position. The hijack is one position before the cutoff, and the cutoff is one position before the button. And Dellis has the button, which is the most advantageous position at the table because you are last to act, and he's picked up pocket fives, Dellis. He's playing a stack of 50,000. He's just opted to call, which is very reasonable. And Ra, the small blind, is going to fold with 10-6. And the big blind has decided not to get involved, and we're looking at the chip leader at Charia and the shortest stack on the table, Delis. And it's not the worst flop for 5s or 6s. It's come down King 2-2. And Acharya will in all likelihood continue here. He is the pre-flop aggressor, and he's going to represent that king on the board, and he's betting 4,000 he bets. Puts a 5,000 chip in and announces 4 to the dealer, and the dealers are the best in the business here in Kings. And this dealer is announced the 4,000 to Delis, and Delis will make a call here, there's no doubt, and that's what he does. Now, this really is going to perturb Acharya. That's going to really bother him here. 2-2 king. So Acharya now will quite reasonably put Delis on some kind of combination hand that will include a king. He'd be hoping he's chasing a heart flush. Probably will disregard the 2, but ace 2 is a probability. So I think Acharya now is going to close down here. His 5s are shrinking on every street. That's another overcard to the 5, and I believe he's going to make a check here. It'd be a very strong move to continue, and if he does continue, I feel that would be enough to get Delis off the hand. But Acharya, action on him now. He's raised pre with the 6s, he's got called on the button, and he's locked down, and this is an opportunity now, bingo, for Delis if he can find it in him. It's 2-2 king 9, and he's gonna have to dig deep here and try and find a bet if he needs to win this hand, and I think a bet would get through. And he's extremely creative, this guy. I really love his play. It's a very reasonable bet here, because Acharya has not continued. But the onus now, if Acharya can continue now on this bet, it will really give him a strong advantage, because I think Delis then shuts down. But it's a 6,000 bet. It's quite small in relation to the size of the pot. It's about a third of the pot, and it brings the pot now up to 25,000. So it's a 6,000 bet into a 19,000 pot, and the action is with Acharya, who is in the lead with the 6s, and now he's made the call, and that's a strong call. So Acharya showing his resistance, and a jack comes, and it completes a straight and the spades, and it's just shut down, and that's a really strong call from Acharya, and he's going to get rewarded for it.
What do you have?
And our dealer has announced that the blinds have gone up now, and it's 1,000, 2,000 with a running ante of 300. And you can see in the picture there's an advertisement for a turbo heat tomorrow at 12 o'clock. And that is going to be fast and furious. It's it's a turbo. Yeah, it's actually an official starting day. So it's 1,000 buy-in. There's 1 million guaranteed. And thank you, Just a Bad Beat, giving me the information about the high roller. Tomovic, 40k, 39k, three-way deal in the high roller. Appreciate that. I seen him on the final table, didn't know how it ended. I hit the bar after I got busted from the side event. I have a few friends that are visiting here. It really is such a buzz. There's actually 3 parties tonight here in Rozvadov. There's the locals are having an outdoor party down the road. There's the sister casino, the Admiral, is having a reggae party. And then we have the party poker players party, and they've really done a top class job on the party area. It looks fantastic, and they've won the top DJs, I believe. I don't know his name, but I believe he's one of the top DJs in Europe who will be playing at that. But back to the tournament action here now, and it's constant with the 2s on a 10-10-3 board. who's going to bet at it, and I think he'll be given credit here, Constant, for a hand, and it's way too dodgy to continue, because it's quite plausible that Constant could be holding a 10, and Alexander is not having it, and he's calling with the ace, and that's a very strong call, and the 10 now comes. Now it gives Constant a full house, and he's going to keep going, and this is going to shut the pot down. Alexander, it's not possible for Alexander really to continue here. I mean, it would be so strong if he made a play, and we know from looking at Constant's hand, he is the worst possible boat. So a move here by Alexander, and this guy is capable of it. We've seen him earlier in hands. He's an action player. And he's going for it. And this is really strong, guys. It's a 6,000 bet. We're going to see a raise to about 15 or 16,000, I think. And there's no way Constant can continue, even though he's in the lead with a boat, but it's the worst possible boat. And he's going to be first to act. And it's a 20,000 raise, and this guy is going for it. And this is remarkable how this hand is playing out. And this is remarkable play from Kostan. And he's trying to say to Alexandra, it's not a boat I have, it's a poker of tens, it's quads. And Alexandra has ace high. And we know that if Alexandra 4-betted back, he would get through, but it's not in his playbook on a board like this against a player like Constant.
Quads? All tens?
I don't know.
Nice game, nice game.
And you have to tip your hat there to Constant. That was very strong play. And oh, Slippy, you're very welcome. Ludo is playing today. I met Ludo last night, had a chat with him, and he is definitely playing today. And I'm actually going to try and get him in the booth at some stage. Probably that would be more likely to get him in tomorrow. It is a re-entry today, but we'll see. And Delis, playing the short stack of 38,000, is facing a raise here, and he moves all in. 38,000 all in, and Cracked has the nines. It's a callable hand here, but Cracked chip stack is only about 75,000, so it's going to leave him decimated. So it is a stressful situation here for Cracked. It's 40,000 almost, and he goes for it, and Cracked is going for it, and we're going to see Delis in a 50-50 flip. Chris is going to quickly fold here, the fours, I'm sure. And mind you, Chris is playing a 200,000 chip stack, and he'll be trying to convince himself that both players are playing ace queen, ace king, and that his fours could be really live here, and he'd have a big opportunity to win a big pot. But I don't believe that Chris is going to put himself in that spot, and he correctly folds. And now we're going to go two-way in a straight race. Now we did see a queen fold, I believe, queen jack, but it's a sizable pot now, 122,000, and three diamond, no one holding a diamond, and nines are in front. Nines are going to hold here, and it looks like nines are going to hold, and they do. And we're going to see the end of Delis, and that is a real pity. And Cracked made the call, Pocket nines. He felt it was a call. I'm not totally convinced. Some players let it go, but Cracked put his money in. He called the all-in ship. It was about 40,000, which is about 20. Was about a 20 blind ship from Dallas, and we looked at a straight race nines hold.
Meine Töchter haben es mir geschenkt. Wollten die diese haben, das war so ganz Plastik. Habe ich die gekauft, wollen die wieder die Plastik wegnehmen. Ist okay.
Ja, ich weiß.
Weißt du, früher von Opa hat so Dinge gehabt mit Kugeln. Das erinnert mich so ein bisschen an ihn.
And that is a welcome booster for Cracked. Increases his stack by 40,000 plus, and he's up to 122,000 now. And we're going to watch Tomovic raise here on the button, 7-6 off. And Cracked, who's just won a very sizable pot, made a very strong call with the pocket nines against the 20 big blind ship all in from Dallas, who I'm very disappointed to see leave the table, as he showed a lot of quality. And who knows, it's a re-entry, we may see him back. It is a very attractive guarantee here. It's 1 million guaranteed. And if any of you viewers fancy a punt and can make it here by lunchtime tomorrow, we have a 12 o'clock turbo edition starting day. It's a 12 o'clock heat, turbo heat, 1,000 buy-in, and there's many sit and goes running here, 100 buy-in, 200 buy-in that award seats. So if you're to make it tonight, you could play a satellite even into the turbo tomorrow, or try your luck in any amount of cash games, try and spin it up. Or if you have the bankroll and you fancy having a shot, just come in tomorrow, pay your €1,000 and off you go. And now we're seeing Alexandra with a suited ace-8 open up in early position, and Chris in the small blind folds. And now we're down to the big blind. The chip leader at Sharia is playing over 300,000. He shows complete trash. And Alexander shows his ace. We're going to be here for the next 3 days. Today, Saturday, tomorrow, Sunday, and final table Monday. And we're going to broadcast all the action from this event. We expect it to end sometime late on Monday evening. It's $1 million guarantee, and first prize will be announced tomorrow afternoon when the registration close, and we expect it to be in around the 200,000 mark. And this is Ra with King 9 of Hearts, who's going to play this, and it's quite a high risk strategy, this opening with King 9 in early position, and he's going to be in a spot of bother if he gets played back at. And this is one of the players at the table who's capable of that. His name is Cracked from Germany, and he's a very strong player, this kid, and I think he's going to re-raise, and it looks like it is a re-raise, and it's 7,000. So the King 9 of Ra out of position now is going to cause a spot of bother to him. And look at our action player on the table in the big blind, and he's saying how much. And this is a great situation for a player on the blinds holding kings when there's been a raise, a re-raise. Now, the problem is for Alexandra, he's not really going to get any action because both Ra and Cracked are holding pure muck, to be honest. They're not going to, I mean, the hand really shrivels up, particularly Ra with action after him. This is a 4-bet, and it's going to close down the hand because Raz is just going to throw away his king 9 of hearts because he has a re-raise and a 4-bet, and the 4-bet is quite sizable, and he's tanking here, but it's never going to happen. He is playing a shortish stack. There's not a chance of this money going in, I don't believe. And he's just tank folding. And Cracked, who has a really bad ace, is not going to be able to compete against kings. And he's going to realise his move hasn't worked out. And the pot is awarded to Alexander, King. And a raise by Ra, and Cracked picked up on something, re-raised, ace rag, and Alexander woke up with a monster and 4-bet. And Rainbow asking, what is the cost in euro to drink and eat when you play there? And are there more expenses to encounter? There's a free players buffet here. It really is very player friendly. And you can drink, if you're playing cash, you can drink cocktails and beer and all that free. But in the players buffet, which is 24 hours free, there's a really vast array of really good food. It's a hot buffet, and there's all types. There's like good meat dishes, everything here, and there's desserts and fruit and really top quality coffee. Like they've really class coffee, and the coffee machines in the buffet, and all the soft drinks, water, all that's free to the players. Then there's a restaurant, a nice restaurant at the casino also, if you feel like treating yourself, but the players pay for that. But if you're playing the cash games, then you can drink beer, etc. for free. Anyway, hope that helps. We are watching a 1,000 buy-in. This is Party Poker Millions event. 1,000 buy-in, million guarantee. And Acharya on the button is taking advantage of his position and his chip stack, and has 3-bet Chris. And Chris is going to continue here. And this is risky business. He has his fidget spinner to help him relieve the stress. That's not a bad flop for 8-7 of diamonds because he's flopped 2 diamonds. But the problem is that Acharya has the button. And Acharya has a good shot here. He also has the back door nut diamond, the ace of diamonds in his hand. And he's going to continue here, ace 4. And he's probably going to get raised in all likelihood because it's getting very expensive to play now. And if Chris just check calls, he's going to be facing another bet, and he might try, and it's 11,500. He just calls here, Chris. He gets his 500 change from the dealer, and we're going to see a turn, and it's a 2, and Acharya stays in the lead, and Chris is just check here. He's opted a check call. Acharya will probably shut down. Can't see Acharya going again. It's way too dodgy. And he's not going to move Chris off a hand containing a queen. And that's a likely combination that Chris is holding in Acharya's mind. But it's not stopping this guy. He 3-bet pre-flop. He's representing the monster hand. And he's having another go here. And it's going to be very difficult now for Chris to continue 18,000, but they're very deep, these guys, and Chris does have the flush draw, and as he plays with his fidget spinner here, he's going through the options in his mind, and a flat call is certainly one of them options. He's chasing a flush, but it is on a paired board, and it looks like he's going for it. It's 18,000, and this is a raise, and this is top draw, no limit hold'em poker. This is pure quality, and Acharya is in all kinds of bother now. And this is very painful for Acharya, who's bet out over 18,000, 18,600 I believe he bet out. And this is extremely painful for him. And he's going to regret making that bet, because he had cards to win this pot, like hitting a 5 would give him a wheel. He actually was ahead with the ace, but he doesn't know that. It doesn't look like that. He's definitely putting Chris on a monster hand at this stage, because it looks so super strong from Chris. Chris check calling the flop and checking the turn, and now raising, check raising when the turn came. A paired board, and a small pair like a pair of trees is one of the likely combinations of cards that Chris could be holding. That's what's going through Acharya's mind now, because he's thinking of playing back. That's also going through Acharya's mind, that he could play back at this guy. But he's thinking to himself, hold on a minute, what if he is holding 3-3, queen, and this is quite extraordinary what's going on here, because Chris has made a raise to 41,000, and Acharya has decided that he's going to continue here. And would you believe this? And what a card. And Acharya now has hit a wheel, and Chris was playing the flush draw and didn't hit, and he's going to have a crack at it. And this is crazy hand, this is. And this is a monster pot. Now, I feel for Chris. He's made a really tremendous play here. He's checked the flop, he's check raised the turn, and Acharya made a very speculative call, chasing a good shot, and hit his good shot. He may have thought his ace was good as well if he hit it. And the 5 comes down. Unfortunately for Chris, it's not the 5 of diamonds. And Acharya's just going to call, I'd imagine. And he just flat calls. And Chris just mucks. And this is a $250,000 pot. And I feel for Chris. And he sees the ace rag that Acharya 3-bet pre-flop with, and continued on the flop and called the check raise on the turn. And that was incredible hand. And Acharya coming out on top, and Chris losing quite a chunk of change there, 120,000 odd he lost.
Not easy, but it was very tough. Not easy. But I'm real.
And that was hand 72. It was Acharya, our chip leader. Versus Chris with the flush draw. And I was quite surprised to see Acharya call that check raise on the turn, and he got well rewarded. He actually was ahead with his ace. And I feel for Chris, because it just came across to me as super strong, and he decided not to just flat call and razz all in here in the small blind with ace 10.
Diamond. Also wenn Diamond auf Diamond checkt, dann hat mich. Aber wenn ich habe ihn auch auf Diamond gesessen, ne?
Costin is on the big blind with ace 3. And I don't think it's a call, and Costin makes the correct fold. And I'm still going over that hand between Chris and seed 8 here on the right, and Chris lost a serious chunk of change. Acharya now is up to 435,000. It was a gigantic pot. It was a $250,000 pot. He lost 110,000, Chris, in that pot, and he's still quite healthy stack wise, but he's probably very perturbed at the fact that Acharya called so light on the turn. I was very surprised he called, but he did. He had position. Lots of things could have happened on the river, and one of them was hitting his 5 to complete his wheel, and Chris now with ace 10, who's feeling a little bit steamy, a little tilted perhaps, and he's raising here. It's quite reasonable to raise with ace 10, and Alexander is making a call with jack 3 suited, and Tomovic on the big blind is priced in with his 9-10, and we're going to go 3-way. Chris, Alexander and Tomovic, and that's a jack for Alexander. It's top pair for Alexander, and it's checked around. It's backdoor nut hearts for Chris. Tomovic has a straight draw. An 8 would complete a straight to the jack for Tomovic, but it's Alexander who decides to bet it out. He's the last to act. He's hit his top pair, and we may see Tomovic continue here with his 9-10. He's considering it strongly. Alexander has top pair with a very weak kicker, and Tomovic now in a spot. The problem is for Tomovic, Chris is to act after him. Chris was the pre-flop raiser, but that's not going to deter him, and he puts in 7,000. The yellows are thousands, and pink chip is 5, so that's a call from Tomovic. And we're going to go 2-way now as Chris gets out of the way, and it's top pair versus a good shot straight, and it's Tomovic has the uncomfortable position of acting first, and he just checks, and Alexander might just check back here. No, he's smart enough to realise that a very likely hand that Tomovic could have would be a draw to a straight or a draw to the flush, and he's going to try and scare them draws off by making it a 17,000 bet. And Tomovic gives up, and Alexander just showing his jack here, tends to do that a lot, show his strong hands, and a big smile on this guy's face in seat 1 at Sharia, because he's one of the chip leaders in the tournament. He's playing 434,000. He's 217 big blinds, and he was the chip leader at the start of a hand between himself and Chris in seat 8, and Chris came out in the bad end of that, and Chris now is down to 88,000. Razor short stack in seat 4, 32. Tomovic is playing 50 big blinds, just over 100,000. And the other big stack at the table is Kostan, who we've seen make a fantastic move against Alexander earlier on.
Servis, prosím.
And I'm not sure what the dealer's calling for. If you've just joined us, this is the Party Poker Live Millions event, 1,000 buy-in. You're looking at a tournament, 3 days is the first day of 3. We're going to be here with you right to the end of the tournament. We're going to bring you all the action, and it's been quite entertaining so far. We've seen some really spectacular play, particularly at this table. Some incredible hands really were so far, and I'm positive it's going to continue in that likelihood. And Tomovic now raises out of the small blind and cracked in the big blind, gives up his 3-2. There's $1 million guaranteed in this event, 1,000 buy-in. It's a re-entry event. I believe there's been 650 odd players so far, but we have another flight tomorrow. It's a turbo flight starting at 12 o'clock. So any of you listeners who fancy having a punt and want a slice of that €1 million guaranteed prize pool, with the likelihood of 200,000 being awarded to first place, you have an opportunity to come to Kings tomorrow. You can just buy directly in, no problems, arrive at the door. If you need accommodation, there's plenty of accommodation to be had the girls at reception. There's a 24-hour concierge desk here. There's a transport desk and a hotel reception desk. And we see Ra move all in here with Ace Jack for 65,000. It's quite a big ship. And 65,000 raise all in. He takes 5,000 profit from that. And a 30 big blind jam with Ace Jack is questionable. But who are we to question this guy? He's paid his money, he's playing his game, he's holding his own there. As I was saying, yes, the reception area here in Kings contains a concierge desk, a 24/7 transport desk where the King staff will arrange all your transport needs. There's a hotel reception desk here where you just arrive at the casino. They look after all your accommodation and it's very reasonable. I just booked a couple of rooms for a few friends arrived over. I believe it was €80 per night for the room, and two of them in the room. I thought it was really good value. They love the room. It's a bit of a distance away. It's about a 20-minute drive, but they pay €5 in the shuttle there and back every time, and there's a shuttle service 24/7. They have a fleet of cars, Kings Casino. You just go to the desk, you order your car, it arrives with your driver, and they bring you to where you want. And Alexander has raised in first position with King Jack, and Tomovic is in the cut-off, and Tomovic realizes that Jack 10 in his position is a re-raising hand to an open from Alexander, who's opening quite a lot. And Alexander now is reluctant to mess around with Tomovic, because Tomovic is playing a stack of 90,000 behind him. That's a nice 3-bet there with the weakest hand that takes down the pot. And blinds are 1,000, 2,000 with a 300 running ante. Keep the comments coming, guys. Any questions about the casino, the resort here? Any questions about the future festivals? Very happy to give you any information I have. It really is a hotbed of poker here in Kings. It's 24/7, and there's several festivals, major festivals here. The biggest festivals in Europe are here. And I'm getting some really generous comments here. Thank you so much, Rainbow. My name is Finton Gavin, and I am from Ireland. And it's my pleasure here to be here. I love live poker. I've been playing and in the poker industry for the last 15 years. So to work for Kings here is a real buzz for me. And to watch the incredible tournaments that come from here and the massive cash games, it really is a buzz for me. So it's actually my pleasure to do this. And I appreciate you joining and appreciate the comments. And we're watching a hand here between Cracked with the Ace Queen and Alexander with the 9-6, and Cracked takes it down. And there's quite a high level of skill, in my opinion, at this table. Chris here in seed 8, he made a beautiful play earlier on, but he came off the wrong end, and that's the problem in these tournament situations. You make the right moves, and unfortunately for him, the 5 came off to give Acharya, the chip leader, the straight. And when Chris continued with the story on the river, he would have got through only for Acharya hit his straight, and he lost a monster pot. And Constant, who we haven't seen much of, has opened here under the gun, it looks like. Not really sure what the auction, but that's a massive flop for him with 2 pair. And Constant bets it out. And Alexander is sticking around here with a 5-3 with a good shot straight. No. 7 would complete a straight on the board. And he's sticking around with 1 pair. And Constant with the 2 pair on a 4-card straight has continued 3,000. And Alexander very suspicious here. Not sure what the action was pre-flop, but it looked like Constant limped with the 9-6 of clubs are opened, and Alexander doesn't understand what's going on, he just folds. And Fiery 95, thank you for joining. You're looking to buy a nice poker table? Anyone know? Sorry, can't help. Not my area of expertise. I do know there's a guy in the UK called Andrew Booth. Andrew Booth. And if you go onto Facebook, you'll find him. And he makes tables. He makes custom-made poker tables. That's Andrew Booth on Facebook. And he supplies many casinos, and he does the RFDI ones. So he's a friend of mine on Facebook. If you go to me, friend me, and look for common friends, Andrew Booth from the UK, and Tomovich now under the gun with the ace-10. And we just seen Constant put in the big blind, and Tomovich opening here. And Birloa 36, thank you so much for your kind comments. We're absolutely delighted to bring you this broadcast. And it's folded around here to Alexander on the button, who looks like he's called 5,500. And this is the big blind, the 10-7 of diamonds. And Chris is also in there with the 5-2. So the ace-10 in the lead for Tomovich, but he's getting some serious action here with all kinds of starting hands. And Jack 10, and Tomovich will like that flop because he has connected with it. Constant also has connected with it, but he has checked Tomovich, who is the pre-flop raiser, and Tomovich is considering his options, and he's going to continue here with 2 pair, the ace kicker, and he bets it out. And there's nobody playing hearts, so this will probably get right through to the big blind of Constant, who we've proved very stubborn in the past. And I think we're going to see a call here from Constant in the big blind with 10-7, and that's what we're going to see. And he's a bit of a character, this guy Constant. We've seen him play a really big hand earlier. And we're going to have a change of dealer. These staff here, I just can't say enough about how good they are. They really are top class. I play these side events here when I'm not working, and the dealers are the best in the business. They really are top class. They're totally professional, very friendly, and the girls are actually quite good looking as well, which helps when you're sitting down for several hours. The floor staff are top notch, real quality. Never really any cause for disorder or chaos or anything like that. I've never seen any incidents of note, but anytime the floor was called, I've seen smart, reasonable decisions called in a really friendly and proper way. And if you've never visited Kings, we are based in Rozvadov in Czech Republic. And Daddy Not the Belt, thank you so much. Appreciate your comments. And we're looking at action here, and it's between the two guys. This is brilliant because there's history here between Acharya and Chris, and I'm really looking forward to seeing the outcome of this hand. And Alexander may want to be part of it with his 9-10 suited. So Chris has raised with kings in early position, and Acharya with the sevens quite reasonably has made the call. Alexander in the cutoff, he has position on both players, has also made the call, and it's folded around to Tomovic, who's in the big blind with a suited queen, and he feels that he's priced in. So we're going to see four-way action, and the player Chris, who's in the lead here with the kings, is getting a lot of action, and that's a massive flop. It's probably a bit too strong because I'm not sure will he get any action. He's really hit that board top set, and it's a lovely check. I love this check, and it'll probably go check around, but Alexander is the type of player that might bet his draw. He has a good shot. Now he decides against it, so we're going to see a turn, and a jack would be a disaster, but it doesn't happen. It's a 3. So now Tomovic, who's playing second pair, might feel that there's nobody holding a king. There's nobody with a pair of kings. That's what Tomovic is thinking, so he's going to have a crack at this. And he actually says it, nobody with a king. And he might have a crack here with his queen. He's a really desperate kicker though. So a smart option would be to check also. So this is what's going through his mind, check or a bet. He feels he's convinced there's no one with a king, but he has kicker problems with his queen. It's a complete rainbow board, but there is a straight draw out there, and Alexander is on the straight draw. So a jack will complete the straight for him. And Tomovic feels that his queen is good, but he's going to find out bad news when the action is to Chris, and Chris has undervalued the strength of his hand on the flop, and he might continue with that story. He's top set, he's the complete nuts as we're looking here, but he's checked. He was the pre-flop raider, but he just checked the flop, so he might continue here with just a flat call, but that looks like raising chips. Yeah, it is raising chips, and it's probably a smart move because there is a straight draw out there, and he may feel that, you know, it's possible that Tomovic in the big blind could have something like queen 2, queen 3, and if he does, he knows he's getting all his money. But I feel that Tomovic is way too smart to put all his money in here with second pair, but he is counting out chips. He's looking at a stack. I don't know will he continue. I don't believe he's going to continue. And you can see the stress on Tomovic's face. He's trying to figure it out. But believe me, this guy is one of the best in the business at no limit hold'em tournaments. And he's just putting the radar up, trying to smell it out, and he does the correct thing. And that's good discipline showed from Tomovic. And Chris there, delighted to see him pick up a pot. He made a spectacular move earlier on that came off pretty bad. He came off the wrong side of a move against Acharya, but now he's picked up a pot. He made a smart check on the flop, and he got a little bit of action, not much, but he shut it down. Tomovic folded, and I've been asked by Agnat River, I want to see but can't go, Finton, will you play in my name? And there's nothing more that I would like to do than play this event. Million guaranteed, probably 200,000 for the winner, and the chances of me winning would be quite high. I'd be probably a 50-50 shot to win, but unfortunately due to work commitments I'm not able. And this is not on an Ireland Spin Win. This is live from King's Poker Room. This is the largest poker room in Europe. It's in Rozvadov, the Czech Republic, and we're watching the Party Poker 1,000,000 buy-in. Thank you for joining us. Stay with us. It's a 3-day event. and we will be here to the final table on Monday. It's a quality table. I'm really enjoying the action here, and there's several players given the action, none more so than Tomovic, Alexander, Chris here in seat 8, and this guy is a quality act also, cracked on the big blind with the same hand as Kostan, who's also impressed me with some moves, and cracked here on the big blind with ace-5 of clubs. And Raz, the open raiser, we can't see his hold cards. He's opened in the cutoff, which is the last position before the button. The button, Kostan, ace-5 suited called. Small blind Tomovic folds, and now cracked on the big blind has opted to call with three-way. And it's Kostan first to act. Sorry, Kostan's on the button, so it'll be cracked first to act. Cracked is completely missed, and it's action on Ra now, who has his cards outside the area where the camera picks them up. He's going to move in, and he's not going to get any action because Kostan is going to fold his weak ace, and cracked is going to fold. And that's one way ending the pot. Not sure what Ra was holding, but he's taken down a pot, and now he's up to 80,000 plus, and we're watching the button move onto Tomovic in your screen, the Serbian, who just chopped the high roller event here last night. It was a 2,000 buy-in. There was 200,000 total prize money, and he did a three-way chop for 40,000. And that's cracked on the small blind in the baseball hat. And Chris to the very right of your screen, very capable, very dangerous player. And the chip leader is going to be first to act in seat 1, and he folds there at Charia with the Jack 8. And now Alexander sporting a quality looking watch and a scarf, Bandido scarf. Makes a raise with 8-6, and Tomovic is on the button, and he's probably going to play back at Alexander here. This is what he's been doing quite a lot, because Alexander is opening very light and very often, and that's what Tomovic is considering. And that just looks like a call, 5,000 call, and Tomovic feels that ace-10 suited on the button is quite playable post-flop, so he's opted to peel a flop. Cracked has the diamonds also, he gets out of the way, and the action on Chris in the big blind, and he folds, and we're going two-way here, 8-6 of clubs versus the ace-10 of diamonds, and Tomovic has hit that flop, but I feel that Alexander will probably continue here, as he was the pre-flop aggressor, and that's what he does do, and Tomovic now is just going to flat call this, I'm sure, because he has position. It's a rainbow board. He's pretty comfortable. He's ahead, I'm sure, but there's a likelihood that a bigger ace could be in Alexander's combination of holdings. And Tomovic has a couple of options. Folding is never one of them. This is just a call, it looks like 6,000, and that's very reasonable play. And the king comes, it gives Tomovic a straight draw, so there's additional equity here now for Tomovic. And Alexander is completely dead, he's drawn to 0%, and he's going to shut down now. He's smart enough, this Alexander guy. I'd like to see a check here from Tomovic, but he does check, and that's... He's not going to like that second king, Tomovic, because the king is not out of the question for Alexander to be holding. He did bet the flop, he got called, and the king comes, and then he checks. So it's plausible that Alexander has a king, and it's going to go check. Tomovic may not opt to value bet here. It's a little bit dangerous with the second king coming, and a king could be in Alexander's range, but Tomovic might feel that if Alexander had a king, he would certainly value here in the river, and that could convince Tomovic to put in a little bet here, a little value bet, and hope to get called by something like Jack Queen or Queen 10. And that's exactly what Tomovic has decided to do. he's saying that there's no way this guy has a king, so he's putting in a small bet. But unfortunately for Tomovic, Alexander was completely at him, absolutely nothing, and Tomovic takes down a pot. And that's the scoreboard. Ra short stack 34 blinds, and Tomovic on 56 blinds, Alexander on 60 blinds, and chip leader. Now, one of the chip leaders in the tournament, he's certainly in the top 5 or 6 players. Acharya in seat 1.
Ivy poker.
You're looking me only 3 minutes in the face.
And we see an empty seat there. That was Delis. We had a real quality player, in my opinion, with us earlier on. But unfortunately, he lost a big flip. He had the king-queen suited all in pre. He jammed for 20 odd blinds, and he got called by the pocket nines, and this guy cracked. And it was a straight race, and the nines held. And we lost quite an intelligent player in Delis, but the action has been really entertaining. I'm finding it very good here. Some top quality poker. And we're in the late stages of day 1 of the Party Poker Millions. Thanks for joining us. We're live from Kings and Rozvadov, and we're looking at a €1 million guarantee event. There is another start day. You can play a turbo tomorrow. That's a serious flop for Cracked, and he's on the button. And unfortunately for Chris, who has absolutely nothing, 4 high, but he has backdoor diamonds, so he's just going to get a flat call here from Cracked. And if Chris hits another diamond, he'll probably continue on the turn. There's no way Cracked is raising this. He has the second nuts. It's a flop straight. He's absolutely buzzing inside because it's getting bet out to him, and he's just going to flat here and completely disguise the strength of his hand. And I got that incorrect, and Cracked has decided to bump it up, hoping that Chris is holding something like ace queen or something like that, but he's shut down the hand with making the raise, and the straight of Cracked scoops the pot, button moves. And that's our scoreboard, guys. The giant chip leader at the table playing 175 big blinds, playing 420,000 chips is Acharya, and next to him then is Kostan playing $250,000, and the short stacks are Tomovic, Cracked, Chris, and the very short stack of Ra. When I say very short stack, he's still 33 big blinds deep, and it's Kostan here with ace king, who's going to raise this 100% of the times in this position. That's what he does. And action on Tomovic, who mucks his 10-7, and Cracked now with a king 5 will probably muck as well, because in fairness to Kostan, he's getting respect here because he's not opening lightly. And the chip leader is Acharya, who's in the small blind. He's a very playable hand, queen, jack of hearts. It is the type of hand that can get you in big trouble, and he's probably considering to play back at Kostan. And that's the option. We haven't seen much out of Acharya since that gigantic pot, $250,000 pot versus Chris when he got lucky on the river. So he's going to come and get involved here, and he's decided to call it a big raise. Remember, the blinds are 2,000, I believe. Or is it 1224? I'm not sure of the blinds, guys. They could have went up to 1224. Yeah, it's 1224 the blind, so the 8,000 raise. So it's a 3.5 times the big blind raise. And Alexander also has a playable hand. He's ace 10 in the big blind. So all the Broadway straight cards are out, and it's Kostan in the lead, but it's Acharya who's outflopped him. has hit that jack. Now we saw Kostan play his ace king really aggressive the last time, but that was a heads up situation, and in a three-way situation he's decided just to check that he's missed, and it was a very smart check, because now he's not only caught up, he's overtaken Acharya, and he's going to get at least one bet called here by Acharya, I feel. And that's a bet from Kostan with the ace king, and he's hit the king, and Acharya has checked his jack twice, so he'll convince himself that regardless of what Kostan has, that he'd have to bet in that situation. But that's a really good fold. That's a great read there by our chip leader. He's clearly put Kostan on a king, and that's exactly what he has, and you just feel a bit disappointed that he didn't bet out his flop pair. He probably would have got called in all likelihood and got outdone on the river, but he's made a smart fold here, and I think Alexander's going to do the same thing, and we see ace king hold. And Rainbow, you're asking a question: is it easy to set up on Twitch a person?
Tomorrow we will see in television.
In half an hour.
Half an hour.
And a full check. Queen check.
I'm not really sure of the question. Maybe Nevup, who is the greatest moderator of all time, can answer that one. As I concentrate here on the scoreboard, and look at that, 171 big blinds. Acharya. And second place, Kostan, who we just see take down a pot with ace king. And the blinds are 12-24 with a 300 running ante. And first to act is Kostan, and it looks like it's just a flat call for 2400 with jack 8 of diamonds. And Alexander in the small blind quite reasonably makes up the big blind with a suited connectors and pocket twos for Ra, who's in the big blind, has raised to 12,400, which is quite a sizable raise. And the funny thing is that 6-5 suited is placed quite well against twos. In fact, I think it's ahead of twos, and I believe jack 8 of diamonds is ahead of twos also. It's very close. And I think we're going to see three-way action here. And that's a good shot straight and second pair for Kostan, and Alexandra with the made straight 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. But Ra still has equity here because he's holding a club. He's the only player to hold a club, and he bets it out. And I don't know what the action is going to be. We might see Kostan continue here because he has a pair and a good shot. He doesn't have any clubs, so it's a little bit of a stressful spot for Kostan. And the fact that Alexander is to act after him makes him fold. And now Alexander's just going to put it in because he'll be highly concerned about the 3 clubs out there. And it's 50k behind for Ra, so I think a reasonable move. He's flopped a straight, and it's been Ra who made the big raise pre-flop. So putting Ra on some kind of big pair would be very reasonable. And Alexander now, I'm sure, is going to ship this in because the clubs will be a big problem for Alexandra. And that is a raise. And it's the right move, it's the right play. It's going to be hard, very hard for Ra to call. And Ra, it's so difficult for him to call. He's the worst club and 3 overcards to his pair. he doesn't know. I mean, if he could see Alexander's hand, he'd probably call. He's 36%. He's, you know, it's close to a flip. He's a lot of money in there, and he would take the gamble on hitting his flush. But it's highly unlikely that Ra will continue here. Alexander does the right thing by putting him in. There's a lot of money out there, but the only card that can help him is a club. But the problem is Ra may believe that Alexander has a bigger club, so even if the club does come, he could be in bother. And Ra created all kinds of problems for himself here by putting in a big raise with pocket deuces in the big blind position pre-flop. He got 2 callers. I mean, I think a ship all in, given his stack size, I mean, it wouldn't have been outlandish. I would like it a lot better than the raise he made, because 2s don't flop very well. And it was a 3-way flop, and the board has come 3 overcards. He's very frustrated. And he eventually gives it up, and that's the end of the pot. And Alexander has a touch of laryngitis. That's why we see the next card. We have a new player coming. And that looks like a starting stack, I think. And I recognize this player. Don't know his name, but I recognize him. Get his name now for you very shortly. And this is Party Poker Millions, if you've just joined us. Fintan Gavin is my name, from Ireland. It's a $1 million guaranteed event. Buy-in is 1,000. And we'll be here for the duration of this event. Final table on Monday. That's our chip leader in the cutoff, the last position before the button, and he's picked up a raising hand, ace queen, and he raises into the blinds of our new player, sorry, who has missed this hand, and Ra is in the small, and Kostan is in the big blind, and it's going to go fold, fold, and the button will move onto Ra, and we'll see our new player now. We'll get his name up on the screen very shortly. And I do recognize this player. This is Ki Hoang. That's exactly who it is, just reminded me. And he made the final table of the WSOP circuit event. That's where I remember him from. And he's came out with some incredible moves, this guy. I'm positive it is him. It's Hoang is his name, Ki Hoang. And there's a video up in the King's YouTube channel of the WSOP circuit event, and I do reviews online twice a week. It's called the Rewind Show, and it's on a Monday and Wednesday at, I think it's 6:30 Central European time. And I did a review, and 2 or 3 of the hands I did were with this guy, and he made some absolute incredible plays. And he got a guy, Jiri Horak, to fold a flush on the river with it. Just an outlandish move he made, and his name is Ki Hoang. Do go over them clips if you go on to YouTube. WSOP circuit event from last April, and the final day, and I think it was the final table. He made the final table. He came 5th in that tournament. And that's our chip leader with Queen 9 of diamonds, and he's opened, and this is Alexander now. who's showing interest, and he is King Jack, and he just opts to call. And this, I just can't wait to see the name of this guy. Did I get it right? It doesn't show his name, but I'm positive it's Hoang, Ki Hoang. I think it's Wee Ki Hoang. I think that's who it is.
Again and again.
Anyway, onto this hand, and we're going two-way between Alexander, who's flopped a flush draw, and our opener, Achiria, who is the chip leader on the table, and he's reduced his interest level on that flop by just checking to Alexander. And Alexander is in the lead with King Jack. He has the flush draw, and his King High is winning. The 7 doesn't improve the board, except actually for Achiria, who's now got a good shot straight. So 6 for the straight. 6 of clubs would be a really bad card for Achiria, and doesn't happen. The 2 comes, and the only way Achiria can win this is with a bet. And I'm just wondering, would Alexander have the strength to call? Achiria is considering it. He knows his Queen High is not going to win, but he gives up, and he just shows Queen High, and the King High is going to take it down for Alexander, and he's quite happy with himself. And says Achiria, our chip leader, and that is Hoang in C3. Ki Hoang. He's playing and it was a starting stack because the ante's 300, so it looks like he's just bought in, or he's just re-entered. And that's a 40 big blind starting stack. The blinds are 2,400. And the short stack on the table is Ra with 20 big blinds, so expect him to move. We've seen him move in. We've seen him open ship with 30 plus big blinds, and he's just taking a quick break. He occupies the seat that you see empty. And Achiria now, our chip leader, has the ace-3 of spades in early position, but first to act will be Chris with the jack-9 of diamonds, and he's opted to raise, and Achiria now will in all likelihood give up. I don't think he wants to get involved with ace-3, but he does. He decides to peel a flop, and Alexander folds, and it is folded around now to the button of Kostan, who folds it now. The big blind of cracked after Tomovic folded in the small blind. So we're going to, it's the same script here. It's the battle between Achiria, there's a lot of history here, and Chris. Achiria is in the lead with the ace-3, and he's hit 2 pair, and he's completely nailed that flop. And Chris is smart enough to put on the handbrake and just checks after raising pre-flop. Chris has made the smart move with checking on that disastrous board from 3 hearts, ace high. Achiria won't like all the hearts, but he's 2 pair, and he's not going to get action here from Chris. That's the scoreboard. Ra, C4, short stack, 22 bigs. Expect him to move very shortly. Expect him to make a move. And also short is Chris now on 35 big blinds. And just new to the table, C3, Huang, playing a starting stack of 40 big blinds. And the button is on Tomovic. And first act is our chip leader who mucks, and it's Alexander here, and this is great for him because he opens so often, and he won't get credit for a hand as big as this. He's by far the most active player on the table, but no one is going to play back here. It's cracked on the small blind, and Chris now on the big blind with Jack-6, and has decided he's not going to peel a flop, and of course he's going to show his big hands. He always does, Alexander. And the button moves now, and the button moves on to cracked, and the chip leader will be on the big blind. Chris will be on the small blind, and first to act is Alexander, and then we'll have Hoang, and then we'll have Ra on the short stack at 22 big blinds. Expect a move from Ra with any type of premium hand. And I've been asked any top names playing here. Yes, there's huge names in the field. Philip Gruesome is here. My friend Ludo from Scotland is here also. There's many big players. We have Natalia from the UK, the Party Poker ambassador. Jan-Peter Jachmann, the German Party Poker ambassador. So there's huge, many big player names, and I'm sure we'll get some of them on our stream here. We'll be on this stream for the next 3 days, today, tomorrow, and final day, Saturday. And Cracked is going to open here on the button. It's been folded around to me as the King Jack. And Chris is having a bad day, Chris. He's been on the wrong end of a $250,000 pot against the chip leader. And he's decided here to 3-bet because he believes that Cracked opening's range here is extremely wide, so he's going to play back with a suited queen, and he's made it 16,000. Cracked doesn't seem to be having it. That's Tomovic looking for service from the waitresses, but no one is going to bring him his drink just quite yet. So back to the hand here. This is the button that's opened with a reasonable raising hand. And Chris has made a move with the Queen 4, and it's bad news for Chris that fact that Cracked is continuing, because Chris is first to act with a weak hand here, but he's hit a pair. He's actually gone into the lead, and he may continue by hitting that pair, and he doesn't. He just checks. He feels his hand is strong enough to check call probably, and Cracked will be nervous of a check raise, so I don't think he's going to lead out. I think a smart move by Crack now would be to check this 10. He has a backdoor straight, and his king might be good, and he does check. And now we have a turn, and 3 comes. And now you're going to see Chris bet. And Chris leads out, and he's thinking that his 4 is good here, and it is good. And he's going to put Cracked on an exact hand that he has, maybe a King Jack, King Queen, Ace Jack, Ace 9 type of hand. He feels he would have bet if he had the 10, and Cracked gives it up, and that's worked out pretty well for Chris there. Queen 4 takes down the pot, and the button moves, and we have Alexander now on the big blind, and first to act will be the new player to the table, Ki Huang, who made the final table of the WSOP circuit event in April here, and I believe he came 5th. I think that's a guess. I believe it was around 5th. Maybe one of our expert analyzers who follow this more closely than I do will be able to give me the information on that. And Huang here is going to open under the gun with Ace Queen. I think he just got a starting stack. That's my good feel. It looked like it was 100,000 he got 4 50,000 chips. So this will be the first hand he's playing in the tournament, I'd imagine. And it's Ace Queen under the gun. It's quite reasonable to open here. And Ra folds and Cracked folds, and action now with Chris. And he's on the button with 10-4 suited. He gives it up, so it's the chip leader, and now Alexander in the big blind with Queen 8, who will in all likelihood defend here with Queen 8 on the big blind. And that's what he does, and he's out of position. He's a worse queen, so he's not really in great shape here, but Huang now with the Ace Queen, and the flop comes 2-2-9, and Alexander's going to check, and Huang may continue here just to see what the story is. And that's one way of finding out is where you're at in hand, is by putting in a bet, and Huang puts in a small bet of 5,000 into a 15,000 pot, and it's just a feeler bet just to see what the story is. And Alexander now with the Queen 8, he's completely missed, he's out of position, but don't put anything past this guy. He's shown some serious quality on this table, and here we are again. He's shown he has the moves again by raising, and he might have picked the wrong customer, because this Huang guy is the top draw poker player. He's real top quality, this guy, and just look at the focus he has, and he'll understand that Alexander will make moves like that quite often on a board texture like that, hoping to scare off a hand like Hoang has with the 2-2s out there. But Alexander now is a great card for him. Hoang doesn't fall for the check raise and he makes the call, but it's a bad card for Hoang, it really is, because a 9 could be a likely a card that Alexander is holding, and if Alexander continues here, it's going to be so hard for Hoang to continue. But believe me, the level of skill this guy has is quite extraordinary. I've watched some of the greatest hands I've ever seen involve this guy, and that's just go over. You'll agree with me if you watch them. And look at the focus, determination. This is no rookie, guys. He knows that Alexandra could quite easily be making a move on the flop there, and the fact that the second 9 has come down, that Alexandra would continue making a move, and he's probably thinking, hold on a second, if he had a 9 here, would he not check it and give Hoang a chance to fire at it? But the board is way too scary, and it was quality play by both players there, but in the end it was the power of aggression, and that's Tomovic still looking for service. And I believe we're here for another 30 minutes. I believe that's the information I have. I could be wrong, and that would be the end of the stream. I'm not quite sure. I will get that information for you. And Hoang there, he just lost 19,000 to Alexander, who's right up now to 217,000. And under the gun is Ra, who's opted to make it 5,000 with the ace-9, and it's folded around to Cracked, who's going to look at his stack size and weigh up his options. And dangerous position playing suited connectors against a shortage stack, because often you're going to find your short stack is going to move in on any type of board. And he decides to give it up, and the button gives it up, and small blind Jack 2 suited folds, and the action's with Hoang, who's going to give up 4-3. And Hoang had the 5,000 chip out and decided to leave it out there. And it's not a bad flop for Ra, as he's flop second pair and he's opted to check. And Hoang now drawing to 2%, and that's 0%. There's no cards Hoang can catch to win. And Hoang is just checking this down. And Ra's going to bet, Hoang's going to fold, and we're going to see the next hand, the button move. and he opens. King 8 of heart opens, and it's folded around to the small blind of Huang with 10-3, who will muck this 10-3, and now Ra in the big blind, and he also has hearts, and he's going to peel a flop here. The likelihood of a flush is not very high, as both players are holding hearts, but if a flush does come, it's bye-bye Ra, as Tomovic has the bigger hearts. And please let me know, is the sound okay there, guys? And we're going to see a two-way flop here, and ace queen 5, and both players have completely missed, but the advantage is with Tomovic, who was the pre-flop raiser, and he's going to continue with his aggression here on this flop, and in all likelihood he's going to take down this flop because it's way too dangerous for Ra to make a move, and that's what happens in Tomovic takes down a hand. Thanks guys for joining us, and we really love to bring you these festivals. The biggest festivals in Europe are hosted right here in King's Casino. We are in the Czech Republic, and it's 24/7 action here, and we broadcast 24/7 via Twitch. We broadcast all the poker action, and we have several shows on a week. We have the lunchtime show, we have the rewind show, which I'm fortunate enough to do twice a week, every Monday and Wednesday, and do join me at 6:30 European time, and I'll be going through and doing hand analysis on some of the really interesting plays from tournaments such as this and others. Under the gun now, first to act is Tomovic, who is going to open here with ace queen, and he's sitting on about average stack, I would imagine, and it's folded around to Chris with the ace 3 of spades, and Chris is going to peel a flop here with a suited ace, and he just calls the 5,800. The chip leader and Alexandra both get out, both have smiles on their faces. It's been a good day's work for them, and Ra, Huang are gone out of the way, and Kostan will probably call here with the king 6 suited in the big blind, but he doesn't bother with the mathematics of it and feels he doesn't want to get involved. That's an ad for a turbo heat. It's the last chance to play this tournament tomorrow at 12 o'clock, and this is a flop, and it's a good flop. Oh, Chris, yes, good flop for Chris. It's bad news for Tomovic, who's flopped top pair with a queen kicker. And it's going to be disaster here for Tomovic. There's 17,000 out there. It's a 6,000 bet. It's quite a small bet, about a third of the size of the pot, and two pairs, a monster flop. There is 3 clubs out there, and that's a raise from Chris. And now Tomovic is top quality, believe me guys. He will smell out this. He knows that this is a dangerous board because there's 3 clubs. I'm not sure what the noise is there, guys. And Tomovic feels that his top pair with queen kicker is good enough to call the re-raise from Chris here. And it's a huge pot, it's 50,000. And Chris is only 80,000 behind, and it's game over for Tomovic. He has more chips than Chris, but all the money's going in here, I don't doubt. Ace queen on an ace 6-3 board, and Tomovic just checks because he does fear a hand like pocket 3s or pocket 6s or a made flush, but he's going nowhere. Chris is going to bet this again. There's 50,000 there, 25,000 plus is coming out. It looks like 26,000. And maybe that's 31,000. Yeah, it's 31,000. And the stress now on Tomovic is quite considerable. But I don't think he can get away from this. I mean, it's so hard to get away from this. Now, the fact that there's 3 clubs there may help him get away, but I think he's putting the money in here. He has trip aces with a queen kicker. He's beating a hand that contains any ace for Chris, because the only bigger kicker is the king, and if Chris had an ace king, he'd re-raise and pre. So one of the options that Tomovic is considering is that Chris is making this move with ace 10, ace jack, something like that, and unfortunately it's ace 3 and he's the made boat. So that's he goes all in, snap call here. Don't know what Chris is taking his time. He shouldn't be taking his time. He's the second nuts he calls. And ace 3, that's the bad news. Tomovic is disgusted, but he has outs. Any 6, any queen will help Tomovic. A 6 or a queen, and it's showing there 7%. So he's drawing dead to a 6 or a queen, and it's a queen on the river. Bang, bang, and he's just bust Chris. And that's unreal. That's unreal. And that's real unfortunate. Tomovic has Chris covered. I feel sorry for Chris, but look, he made problems for himself calling an early position with ace 3 to a raise. I mean, that's what can happen, you know. It's very unfortunate for him. He got it in good on the turn, and he's had a really bad day. He's a top quality player. It's horrible river, that is. It really is a horrible river. And we've just seen the exit of Chris, who had the house on the flop. Sorry, on the turn. We had 2 pair on the flop, housed up on the turn. And Tomovic moved all in. Chris snap called. And that is a great buzz for Tomovic. He's counting up a decent stack now, gives him plenty of breathing space and a bit of room, and finally he gets his drink. And I feel for Chris, I really do. And cracked now with the 10s. And it's folded around here to Alexander with the king 9. And I'm not sure, something seems to be happening there on the side, but Kostan is on the small blind with 7-3, and he'll give it up. He doesn't like these situations whatsoever, and he's quite right, small blind. And Tomovic now with ace king, and this is some buzz. He's feeling the adrenaline rush through his body, and he's certainly going to raise here, I've no doubt in my mind. And he's going to put in a sizable raise. He's not going to be afraid to play a big pot with ace king, and cracked with the 10s 5-5. And this is quite crafty from Tomovic. Most players would opt to raise there, but Tomovic has opted to just flat call, completely disguising the strength of his hand. And it's been bet out here by cracked with the 10s 6,000. And Tomovic may continue with his story here, hiding the extreme strength, top pair, top kicker, ace king, total powerhouse on the big blind, and cracked won't put him on anything like that whatsoever. And he is continuing with the story here, Tomovic. with the ace king, and Tomovic now checking there, trying to induce more action from Cracked. Cracked doesn't know what's going on here. He's holding tens, he's drawing dead two tens in the deck, and nothing comes now. Now Tomovic has a choice. He may come out of hiding now and bet out his monster hand. The board has come diamonds, but that's via the back door. So Tomovic now coming out betting, and he'll probably get called here because Cracked beats a hand like 7-6 with his tens and fives, or a bigger 7. And look at the poker room here, guys. That is only half the poker room. There's the cash game area behind that, and then the high roller area. And 12,000 from Tomovic, and it's going to get called. And the bad news is Tomovic played that very smartly, completely disguising the strength of his hand. And I think we're looking at the Champions League there, guys, in the background. Please let me know what the score is. And Tomovic now is starting to pick up some beautiful pots. Massive pot against Chris, who he busted, rivering a bigger house on the river and taking down that pot versus Cracked. And that's the short stack there in seat 4, Ra. He's playing 20 blinds. And it's 1-1, I'm told. Second half just started. And first to act is our chip leader with a pocket pair, and he makes a raise with the 7-7, and it's folded around to Ra, who is the queen 9, and he moves in. And as I thought, he's going to have to make a move at some stage, and he's chosen the queen 9, and he's not going to be in bad shape when he sees Cracked here has a monster. Cracked will isolate, I've no doubt. And he does that, he moves all in. And it's a premium starting hand, ace king. And the funny thing is, the queen 9 was 50-50 with the 7s, and the 7s was ahead of the ace king, but now the ace king is ahead of the queen 9. And that's the situation we have, the ace king suited versus the queen 9. And the ace king suited is favourite here, but Ra has many cards to hit, any queen, any 9, possible straight options. But that's a disaster card in the window for him, the ace. And the ace is going to hold here unless Cracked can hit an additional queen or 9, and it doesn't come. And that is the end of the line for Ra, who shipped all in for, I believe, around 23 or 24 big blinds. And he walks off quite disappointed and Cracked now, chipping up to 60 big blinds, 145,000, and it leaves Ki Hoang C3 on 30 big blinds. That is our poker tournament arena. Behind what you see there is a cash game area, and then behind that again is the high roller cash game area. So that's only part of the King's Casino, and that's been extended again onto the right hand side there. That wall will come down, and there's a new poker room, and it really is quite a venue for poker. It's the nuts, like it's the best poker room in Europe, the best action, it's the biggest, and it's 24/7. And right now we're watching Party Poker live, and some comments here just regarding the shove there from our short stack, saying it was pretty bad shove, queen 9 against under the gun open. And we seen Ra make moves like that earlier. If you joined us earlier, Kenzo, he shoved 30 big blinds earlier on today. So it didn't surprise me. He was unfortunate. He would have been live against the sevens, but he ended up against the ace king, and the ace king spiked an ace and held. That was the end of Ra, and now we're on to Tomovich on the button, and he raises again and takes down a pot. And the button moves, and we're 7-handed because we've lost 2 players very recently. We lost Chris, seed 8. Very disappointing to see that guy go. He showed some real quality, made some pretty good moves. It was very unfortunate against Achiria earlier on. Achiria is the chip leader in seat 1. And then we lost Ra, who open shipped after an undergun raise with just around 20 big blinds with Queen 9. And he was up against Ace King, Ace in the flop. Hit his 9 on the turn and no help on the river. And that's why we're 7-handed, and the blinds are up now to 1,000, 3,000 with a running ante of 300, I believe. And this is Hwang with Ace 4. He's now playing about 25 bigs, and he opens with Ace 4 clubs. And this is Cracked here, who's showing interest on the button with Ace 9, and he's 3-bet Hwang, and this is problems for Hwang because Hwang is a weak ace. He is suited, and there's always the chance of hitting a wheel, and that's what he'll be chasing if he continues, because if an ace comes, it's good luck Hwang. And Crack showing strength. And you don't like folding Hwang, and he's opted to call here with Ace 4. That's going to be a big concern to Cracked, because that's amazing flop, that is. It's pure action. It's Hwang with 2 pair, and Cracked has flopped an ace, and there's 46,000 out there. Hwang is only playing 52 behind, so we're probably going to see a continuation bet of around 20,000, and Hwang move all in, and Cracked is probably priced in then to call. But if Cracked could check this flop, because he has a bad kicker, but no, he's betting it out, and it looks like 13,000. And it's a smart bet because it's quite small in proportion to the size of the pot, and it does give Cracked a chance to get away from it if Hwang moves in here, and I think Hwang could move in, but Hwang wants to get the most out of this, but he's just moving all in, and it's 50,000 and it's 40,000 to call, and this is the problem. So Cracked is going to do the mathematics. He's going to weigh it up. He's going to consider, would Hwang do this with King Queen? Would Hwang do this with, you know, A6, A7? And that's the only thing really that Cracked is beating, because there's a strong likelihood that Hwang could have a bigger ace. But as it turns out, Hwang has 2 pair. Now there is chop options, and he could win it if another queen came, because then his better kicker would play. It'd be aces and queens, and Crack could then play his 9 kicker. So we're going to see a call here, and it's a reasonable call, and the Ace 4 is winning. Ace 4 now for a double up, and that's a full house for Hwang. And Cracked, who made the play pre-flop with Ace 9 by 3-betting, couldn't shake off a Wang, and a Wang now doubles up to 50 big blinds, and he cracked, is now short on 23 bigs. And just look at this poker room, guys. There's some buzz down there. I don't know, can you count the amount of tables in a row, but believe me, there's about 17 or 18 tables in each row there. I don't know how many rows across. And we're just looking at another tournament start there. I think they're coming back from a break. But it's some buzz to walk out there when it's full and hear the clicking of chips. It's run so orderly. The near side of the picture down below, you see the Party Poker team. Fantastic team, really talented bunch who bring you all the updates and photos and get all the information on a daily, hourly basis even on what's happening. And looking at the big screen there is the Champions League. What a buzz this is. The little bar that you can't see to the left hand side. There's 3 or 4 bars in the casino, and there's service staff constantly on the floor. Top class floor staff. It really is run very orderly. I've never seen any problems here. I mean, nothing of note. And it's a great place for a bunch of people to get away and have a bit of fun. Play a few tournaments, bit of cash, have a drink. But right now we're watching the feature table of the Party Poker Millions. And this tournament was 1,000 buy-in. And there's $1 million guaranteed on it. And we're watching here, we're coming into the last half an hour or so of our stream. Do stay with us, we'll be back again tomorrow. And we're looking at Tomovic from Serbia. This guy chopped the high roller yesterday, 3-way chop, he took €40,000. And he got lucky earlier against Chris when he spiked a bigger boat. And now cracked with the King Jack. Cracked is not that deep, he's only playing 70 grand. But Tomovic is in late position, he's in the hijack, that's 2 positions off the button. 1 position off the cutoff, which is where Cracked is. And Cracked is so smart, he realizes the range of Tomovic is so wide in the position he's opening. And Cracked just moves all in with his King Jack. And I don't believe that Tomovic can call here an additional 60,000 with Queen High. He's going to tank for a while and then fold. And that's what he does. He opts to fold, and that's very reasonable play from both players. Tomovic felt he had to open in late, was folded around to him. Queen 10, he opens, and then a ship for 25 blinds from Cracked, 23 blinds from Cracked with the King Jack, also very reasonable. And he's up to 28 big blinds now. That's a little caption on the bottom there, just advertising the Turbo Heat tomorrow. That's 12 o'clock. Right here live in the casino. If you fancy coming and playing this amazing event, $1 million guaranteed, 1,000 buy-in, come down, get down tonight. The girls here will sort you out with accommodation, and you can jump in 12 o'clock. Just bring ID and bring your tournament fee, obviously. If you don't have the bankroll for it, you can come down, play a satellite, play a bit of cash. And the action now is on this Serbian player, who is the most experienced player at this table and probably the most successful, and he opens with 10-10 in the early position, in first position, and it's folded around to Adsharia, who's in the cutoff. I hope I got that pronunciation correct. And this is our chip leader paying 400,000, and the big blind is 3,000. And Acharia has picked a spot here to 3-bet, and it's quite reasonable given the fact that Tomovic is opening quite often. We just seen him open the last hand also, and he was 3-betted all in by Cracked, and he made the fold. He's not folding this time. He has a genuine hand, and King 9 is in bad shape against tens. And Tomovic has just called the 3-bet, and Tomovic is first to act, and it's not a bad flop for tens. There's one overcard there, and Tomovic is going to check here. Acharya will in all likelihood continue betting here. He was the pre-flop 3-better. He was the aggressor pre-flop, and he's going to continue showing aggression here. And the jack is going to be of a lot of concern to Tomovic, because a jack would be reasonable expectation for Tomovic or for Acharya to be holding. It could be ace jack, it could be pocket jacks, but that's not going to stop Tomovic peeling at least one more card here. And he's a couple of options. I don't think folding is one of them. That's a new player just joining the table. But right now we're watching Tomovic versus Acharya, and Tomovic is going to continue here. It's 21,500. And that's what he does. He puts in 21,500, and Acharya is drawing dead to a king or a backdoor straight, and that's a disaster. It's a horrible card for Tomovic, because Acharya now has just taken the lead, and it's now Tomovic who's in real bad shape, drawing dead to 2 tens in the deck. And you may see a check back here from Acharya. He's very happy with that king peeled off, because when he continued there on the board and got called, he knew that Tomovic had a hand and pocket tens or ace jack or even pocket queens or some starting hand with that kind of combination was very likely. But now he's gone in the lead, hitting the king, so he's going to bet it out again. Thanks for joining, Nancy. It's 1,000 buy-in. You're watching Party Poker Live, and you're watching Tomovic here against Acharya, and Tomovic made a disciplined lay down there when the king came, and he called when he was ahead and he folded when he was behind, and Acharya, the pre-flop aggressor, takes it down. It is 1,000 buy-in, 1 million guaranteed, and appreciate you coming on. This is day 1 of the Party Poker Live Festival. We're here for 3 days with you. We're going to be bringing you all the action from this event. We're going to broadcast it all. We're going to live stream it here, and I'll be with you for the duration of that. Fintan Gavin is my name, from Ireland, and we'll be here right up until Monday evening, when we have a final table and declare a winner, who will receive approximately €200,000. Prize pool won't be announced until the registration closes. There is another heat tomorrow, 12 o'clock. Any viewers considering coming down and playing, 12 o'clock tomorrow, Turbo, 1,000 buy-in, million guaranteed, and we're watching Hwang. This is Key Hwang on the button with ace jack of clubs. And Sana Style, hello, how are you? Rainbow Craft, Polar Bear, Banger, Nancy, thanks very much for joining, guys. We're coming into the latter part of our stream here. It's the last 30 minutes, I believe. And we're watching here Hwang on the button with the ace jack, and the small blind has got out of the way, and Tomovic, who just lost a sizable pot with the tens to the chip leader, has picked up clubs also. 10 king of clubs, and he's on the big blind, and he's considering a playback at Hwang, and Tomovic would know Hwang quite well, believe me, and he knows what Hwang is capable of. And Hwang, because it's been folded around to him on the button, Tomovic is going to consider that the range of holdings that Hwang has is quite wide, and he's going to play back here with his king 10, and that's what he does, and he puts in a very sizable 3-bet. And it looks like a 22,000 odd raise or something like that. The yellows are all thousands. It's well over 20,000 anyway. 24,000, isn't it? and it's 25,000 3-bet, and it's very sizable, but Hwang doesn't get shaken off pots that easy. He's really he's great stickability, this guy Hwang. It's really hard to get rid of him. He's a very tough opponent. We've seen him here at the final table of the WSOP circuit, and he's going to continue here with his ace jack of clubs, and this is a monster pot developing here between Tomovic, who's out of position. He'll be first to act with the king 10, but he's hit the 10, but unfortunately for Tomovic, he's hit second pair. No clubs, with both players playing the clubs. So both have backdoor straights, both have a pair, but unfortunately for Tomovic, his pair is not going to cut it, and he smartly checks there because the fact that Hwang called his 3-bet, the likelihood of Hwang holding an ace is very reasonable, and that's a great check back by Hwang. And I'm not sure, is that a trap check by Hwang, or is he concerned about a bigger ace? And Tomovic now looking very confused, but believe me, he's not. He's weighing up all the scenarios here. He's so experienced, this guy, but he might fall for that check from Hwang, and he does fall for the check, and he's going to lead out here. And it looks like it's a 22,000 bet. Sorry, it's a 17,500 bet. And this is live. Dunham. We're watching Party Poker live, and now this pot is up to 70,000, and Hwang makes a flat call in position, and Tomovic now is deeply concerned, and surely at this stage now that he must understand that Hwang has an ace, and he's going to check this back, and I believe Hwang may value bet his ace. Now, there's also the probability that Hwang could be calling with a draw, a heart draw, maybe king, queen of hearts, or some combination like that. And that's what Tomovic is hoping, and that his 10 might be good. And he might convince himself to call a value bet if it's small enough. And he's checked here to Hwang. And Hwang is considering his options. And a value bet is certainly high up on that list. There's 88,000 out there. I think you're going to see a 30,000+ bet by Hwang to get full value for his top pair. He'd be playing the aces and fives with a jack kicker. But he was 3-bet pre-flop. The flop was checked. So he is worried about an ace queen, ace king. And he's going to show over ace jack, and Tomovic losing a very sizable pot there. And it was very debatable there, the choice of whether to value his aces up with the jack kicker. But Hwang, because of the action pre-flop, just opted to check. Didn't want to get trapped, didn't want to face a raise by Tomovic after valuing. And probably the only hand that Tomovic would call with was something like he had a pair of 10s. That's the leaderboard. Big hit there now for Tomovic, who's down to 60 big blinds. Seen him lose the last couple of pots, and the short stack is cracked in seat 7 on 28 big blinds, and we have a new player, Ramek, who's playing a full starting stack of 33 big blinds, 100,000. And Just a Bad Beat giving us all the information that we need. Thank you so much, Just a Bad Beat. Keep it coming. And we have our new player at the table. This is Ramek, who's in the cutoff, and the cutoff is it's 1 place off the button. And the button has folded, and the small blind of Tomovic has folded, and now we are into Cracked, who's on the big blind. And we have a second player who's joined here. He's not involved in hand, he's taken Chris's seat. He's in seat 8, and we're going to go two-way now, Ace-6 versus 6-4. And Cracked has opted to call the raise of Ramek, who will probably continue here on a 9-2-2 board, and it's gone check, and that's a 10. And Cracked now may seize the initiative, but no, he opts to check. And that's Ramek, who's checking back here with his ace high. And that's 9s and 2s with an ace kicker. And I think a bet may get called here from Ramek if Cracked has a crack at it. And Cracked opts to check, and the ace is good here. And Ramek will show over the winning hand. Split pot said Cracked, and no split because Ramek has an ace kicker to the two pair on the board. And Ramek asking, are the whole cards shown? And you'll notice that all the experienced players at the table, it's the first thing they act when they get on these feature tables, because they want to know what the story is. And look at this poker room, absolutely buzzing. That is a screenshot of King's poker room in Rozvadov, the largest and biggest poker room in Europe. All the action is here, guys, and that's just the tournament section. Behind that screenshot is the cash game section. Well, first of all, there's an area where this table is, and there's a couple of other tables there, and then you have the cash section behind that, and then the high roller section behind that again. Several bars and restaurant. It really is a fantastic resort, and we're looking at Hwang. This is Ki Hwang. Made the final table at the WSOP circuit here back in April, and he's picked up Cowboys, and he's in mid position and he's raised, and Ramek is not folding. And the reason Ramek's not folding is he's suited connectors 9-10, and he's thinking of entering this pot. And Ramek now decides to call. He's just joined the table. He's been here for 2 hands. He's entered the pot on both hands, and he's going to be in a spotted botter here if it comes 10 high flop. But it's folded around to the big blind of the new player, Mark Quart. Hope I got that right. And it looks like it was 3-bet to 17,000 by Ramek. Now Hwang is so crafty. The options for him here, there's a couple of options. Folding is never one of them with the premium hand of Cowboys pre-flop. But certainly Hwang is well capable of just flat calling here and disguising his powerhouse of kings. And that's what he does, he just flat calls. Now Ramek, we're going to see what kind of skill level Ramek's at, because that is danger, and that is a sick flop. What a board, and that is unreal. Hwang completely disguising the strength and underrepresenting the powerful hand he has pre-flop, and then Ramek on the other hand completely over-representing the strength of his hand with the 10-9, and he 3-betted with the 10-9 pre. But look at this flop, it's come down 10-9-6, an absolute monster flop for Ramek, and it's going to be so hard for Hwang here, because 10-9 really isn't one of the hands that will pop into Hwang's mind when he's trying to narrow down the range of hands that Ramek has. And Hwang now will be saying to himself he's up against jacks or queens. That's exactly what's going through Hwang's mind, and Hwang will think this is a fantastic flop for him. and you'll probably see Hwang raise here. He has a few options, as I said. He could just flat call and continue the story of disguising how strong he is, but it's such a wicked flop for Hwang, and what a flop for Ramek. A 3-bet pre with the 10-9, and Hwang here, he's in real trouble. And it looks like Hwang is going to raise here. That's what he's going to do. He's going to make it about 50 grand. And it's all over. Ramek is going to move in. And Ramek taking his time here to move in, but there's no doubt in my mind. It's a 41,000 raise, and Ramek, it's costing him 24,000 to call, and that will leave him with 50,000 behind, so he's just going to ship it here. Top two, there's straight draw, flush draw, and you know, probably Ramek maybe putting Hwang on something like jacks or queens, and he won't want to get counterfeited, and he's going to make him pay, and that's what he does. He moves in, and we're going to see Hwang call. And that's it, and the bad news for Hwang. And it's a real sick hand here. Hwang tried to be crafty. He played it crafty. Now he has cards to hit. A 6 would be a good one, and that's a straight draw also. And queens, he's done it. He's outdone it, and that's the problem. That's the problem when you play back so strong with 9-10. And Hwang came good on the river, and that was a monster pot, and Ramek is absolutely sick. And the kings of Hwang, and Hwang now up to over 100 big blinds. And he played that so smart, Hwang, but he got himself in all kinds of trouble when the flop came down 9-10. And the queen, turn and river, unreal. And we see the king of Hwang get there to a better 2 pair after the second queen came on the river. And Cracked is one of our short stacks. He's playing 75,000. Remember, the big blind is 3,000. And we have our new player who's also playing a starting stack, Mark Quart. And he's on the small blind with ace-10. And he's facing a raise from Cracked on the button. And Mark Quart won't give Cracked credit for a monster, as it's been fold around, so his range will be quite wide, and Cracked as our Mark Quart has decided to re-raise here to 15,000, and the option is on the big blind, our chip leader, who's going to fold here at Sharia, and Cracked will probably give up his king 7 on the button, and that's what he does. And that's our new player at the table. Just see Ramkit get bust out there. Flop 2 pair. Decided to play back at Hwang, who had the kings. Hwang underrepresented the value of his hand by just flatting the 3-bet pre-flop. And it came down 9-10. It was sick flop, really. They got it all in. Came queen to give Hwang a bigger 2 pair of kings and queens. And if you've just joined us, you're so welcome. You're watching the English stream. We're broadcasting the Party Poker Million Festival, live from King's Casino. We're going to be here for the next 3 days, bringing you all the action. This is 1,000 buy-in, 1 million guarantee. And we're coming to the latter stage of the stream here. We're just here for another 15 or 20 minutes or so. And appreciate you coming on. Some fantastic hands here. Real good content today. Real quality play, and the skill level has been so high from quite a lot of the players. It's been really entertaining, and we're going to see a battle of the blinds here between the chip leader and the big blind Alexander, and the highest card between the two of them is 5, and that's what comes in the window. And it's an amazing flop. It's 2 pair. It's a pair and an up and down straight for Alexander, and it's 2 pair for Acharya, and you're going to see action here, guys. And they're pretty deep, both players. It's the chip leader playing 450 odd thousand, and Alexander is playing about 65 blinds with the 200,000, and he's certainly going nowhere here. He's certainly going to continue, and that's a flat call of the 4,000 bet on the flop, and they just have a little look at each other. There's a bit of banter between them, and the king doesn't really change anything. Alexander's still on a draw with a bottom pair. He probably understand now his bottom pair is no good if Acharya continues here when the king comes, and that's probably what Acharya is going to do, because he has 2 pair, and he doesn't want to get counterfeited. And there's clubs out there, and he'll recognise that there is a straight draw there also. It's actually a made straight, but it's reasonable enough to put Alexander on a hand of some type he does, containing a 4. It's been limped in on the big blind. It's a sizable enough bet. It's 9,000, and I think we're going to see a call here. And we do see a call. And Alexander looking for an ace or a 6 to give him a straight. Doesn't happen, and it brings the spades. And Acharya now. 2 pair. May opt to slow down here now. May just decide to check call a bet. 34,000 in there, but no, this guy is valued. He's going to value his hand and hope to get called by 1 pair, and it's going to be extremely difficult for Alexander to call the 16,000. And he's thinking about it here, Alexandra. He's thinking his pair might be good. It's bottom pair on the board. It'd be some hero call to make. And Acharya is quite comfortable here because he knows that he has to be ahead here with Alexander tanking for so long. And looking at the stress that Alexander's under, he'll realise here he is something like 1 pair. Probably Acharya is thinking Alexander might have hit the 10 on the river or something like that. And he really wants to make this call, Alexander. And he does make the call, and it's some call. And in fairness to Acharya, he quickly turns over his hand and shows the bad news, and that's a sizable pot. Alexander missed his draw, but he did have bottom pair, and he felt that on a board of that texture it was very unlikely that Acharya could continue betting with the flush, backdoor flush coming, but Alexander didn't realise that Acharya had a very strong 2-pair from the flop, and that's why he valued on the river. Cracked is our short stack, 22 blinds, and the chip leader, almost 500,000 chips, and one of the top stacks in the tournament, Acharya, whose things have gone extremely well for him today. He won that monster pot, $250,000 pot against Chris earlier in the evening. It really was entertaining to watch Chris making the move with the flush draw, and Acharya continuing and hitting a wheel on the river, and it's worked out quite well for him so far. Early stages, this is just day one. We're coming to the latter end, another 10 minutes here, guys, and then we will be back tomorrow. I believe it's the same time tomorrow, approximately 5 o'clock, and we'll be back then earlier on Monday for the final table. I think it's about 2 o'clock on the Monday. But we're watching Tomovic now, who's given us quite a lot of entertainment. He's a class act here. He really is a smart player, this Tomovic guy. Did he get a bit lucky earlier on when he was the one that bust Chris in the end, when he rivered a bigger boat. He had the ace queen, Chris had the ace 3, it was the ace 3 flop. Ace came in the turn to give a full house for Chris, and then the queen on the river to give Tomovic a bigger house. And it's folded right around now to Hwang, who's in the big blind, and Hwang decides he's not going to defend with 7-3 off, which is quite reasonable, and Hwang folds. And the button moves, and we're going to see the big blind of 3,000 go in, and a running ante of 300. That's our giant stack in seat 1 at Acharya. And the second biggest stack at the table is Hwang on 300,000, who also rivered 2-pair, giving kings and queens after he was outflopped by the 10-9. And he's on the small blind now, and this guy Kostan we haven't seen much of. He's on the big blind, keeping out of the spotlight, and Tomovic first act folds, and Cracked, who's shown a lot of class, this young man. He really has. His quality really at this table has been very high, and we've seen some really top poker play, and even from very early on when Delis, the short stack, got knocked out, it was quite disappointed to see him go, and then we had Chris. But now we're watching Alexander on the button, who will probably play back at Cracked, but he's asking the stack size of Cracked, and Cracked is playing 60,000 behind, so it's a precarious situation for both players, because if Cracked continues, he's really committing himself if he calls a 3-bet here, and Alexander probably, and he does put the pressure on, he doesn't give in, and now Alexander is committing himself, because if Cracked moves in, Alexander's going to have to call. So it's a 3-bet to 20,000, and ace 5 suited gives up, and the 3-bet worked out quite well for this man Alexander, who's making all the moves today. From the very start we've seen him come out of the traps several hours ago, and he didn't really run up a stack too much, but he's played quality poker, and he's up to average stack 180,000 or so, and Cracked now on 20 big blinds as we come to the end of this session. And Cracked now is under the gun, and you may see a move all in here with ace queen. He's 20 big blinds. Big blind is 3, but hard to know. Yeah, he does move all in. And ace queen all in. It's a reasonable play. 20 bigs, first play stacked, and probably hope you get called by ace jack. That's really the only hand that's going to call him. Hwang is never calling here. Ace rag, he's going to fold his button here, no doubt. And Kostan is going to fold, and Tomovic folds. And I can hear the music pumping outside. There is one of several parties on here tonight. Kings Casino Party Poker. They really do a fantastic show. They can't say enough good about them. They look after the players very well. And they've flown in one of the top DJs from Europe. Forget his name, please don't ask me. I'm sure one of the Party Poker crew will let me know. They've decked out, it really looks top class. A light show, giant screen, full bar. And we're coming to the end here of the broadcast, viewers, just to let you know that this will be wrapping up in the next 5 minutes or so. We've seen some crazy action, some really good poker at this table, and the producers got it right. They really picked two very good tables, the one earlier on, and even this table was fantastic action, it was. And we've seen some great plays. I do a rewind show twice a week on Mondays and Wednesdays, and I'll be reviewing some of the hands that we've seen here. So do join me for that. It's 6:30 Central European time. And it's part of a 24/7 broadcast that we do here from Kings. So any time of day or night, there's poker to watch on this channel. And many hours of live poker, and the biggest cash games in Europe are broadcast from King's Poker Room. Any of our viewers who were with us for the last few days, we've seen some crazy action. The No Limit Hold'em game yesterday was so entertaining. Rob Young from Dusk Till Dawn creating all the action. We had Philip Gruesome on the table. We had Pidon, the former EPT Berlin champion. It was quite incredible, the game. And as usual, Rob came out on top. And then the days before, we watched some PLO action and several 100,000 plus pots. Yachman creating a lot of the action, Ronnie Kaiser. And that's a regular feature here in King's Casino, is these cash games and the high stakes cash games. But right now we're going back here to a hand, and it looks like we're going to see a gigantic pot here because the chip leader is involved. He was first to act with Ace Jack, and then Alexander just flatted with the twos, and a Wang is going to raise here. And Sharia mightn't give Hwang credit for a hand as strong as he has. And he might convince himself that Hwang is trying to squeeze here because Acharya's original raise has been called by Alexander with the pocket twos. And here we go, we're going to see a raise here, no doubt. And Hwang has put chips in, and I'm not quite sure what the value is. And it is a re-raised. 30,500. So Cracked is going to get out of the way here. He can't continue. And our recent addition to the table. It looks like we're coming to the end here, guys. There's players getting up off their seats. But this is going to be, oh, that's a really good fold by our chip leader. And he gets out of the way, and a Wang takes down a pot. And that's Ki Hwang stacking up his chips.
That's what I think. Huh? That's what I think.
Ah, 45 minutes.
That's an advertisement you see at the bottom of your picture for an additional start flight tomorrow. and it's a turbo. It starts at 12 o'clock. It's a turbo heat, 12 o'clock tomorrow. 1,000 buy-in, 1 million guaranteed. And now we're watching Alexander with the fours, and he'll open here, as he so very often does. And 4-4 coming in for a raise. And Hwang with the ace-king again. And he's going to 3-bet again with the ace-king. And Tomovic gets out of the way with the jack-10. And it's a repeat of the last hand where Alexandra had the small pair and Hwang had the, I'm not sure what Acharya is considering here on the big blind of 5-4. But whatever he is thinking of, it's not going to happen, because if he does play back, he's going to be put right back in his box. Because Hwang will put him to the test with the ace-king. But he's not giving up here. It looks like the move, he's considering to make this move. And what's after happening here is Hwang has just flatted with the ace-king. I thought he would have 3-betted, but he hasn't. And he's hit the ace, and it's worked out perfect for him, because he's hit top pair. And he has the maximum kicker. And the big blind has hit a good shot straight. And Alexander now is not going to like that flop, but he was the pre-flop raiser, and he may consider to continue here, as he was the one that showed the aggression pre-flop, and that's what he does. And what I'd love to see here is just a flat call from Hwang, and it's quite possible that we will, because Hwang completely disguised his hand pre-flop. He had ace-king, and just flat calling a raise with ace-king pre it's quite remarkable. It's a remarkable move, really, and it's working out perfect for him. And he's flatted here, and now we have our chip leader, Acharya, who's flopped a good shot on the big blind, and he's facing a bet and a call. And he decides to give it up. And now there's almost 60,000 in this pot. And the 5 comes. Which brings a good shot straight for Alexander. So he may just check this in the hope to get a free card to the river and try and hit a 4 or a 3 to overtake Hwang, who Alexander now must realize has a ace in his holdings. And you can see the caption of a break coming up, because this will be the last hand. And if you just joined us, Mr. Perix will be back again tomorrow, guys. And Hwang now is betting on the turn. He's trying to get more value for his ace-king. He knows he's ahead. And it's not out of the question for Alexander to call here, because he has cards that can overtake Hwang, but it's quite sizable. It's 35,000. And does he really want to call off 35,000 chasing a good shot straight, or one of the 2 remaining 4s in the deck to give him trips? And we know that the big blind folded one of them 4s, so there's actually only 1 4 to give him a set left in the deck. So it's a decision here from Alexander, who created all the action pre-flop and continued on the flop and put the handbrake on when he got called by Hwang. And now he's facing a bet after he checked the turn, and I think we're going to see Alexander surrender here. I mean, it's a 35,000 bet. He's playing 150,000 odd. And that's what he does. He eventually works it out and decides against making a move on this Guy Huang, who's shown some serious skill here at this table. That's Ki Huang, final table of the WSOP circuit not too long ago. And we're just coming to the end of our broadcast. That's our chip tally. And Acharya, whose day has gone extremely well for him. He's up to 155 big blinds, and it's a really substantial stack. And I'm going to be signing off very soon. I just want to thank you viewers for sharing with me today, and I appreciate it coming on. I love doing this, and I love bringing you all the action from the tournaments here in Kings. We're back again tomorrow for day 2, and then we'll have the final day on Monday. I'm off now to the Party Poker Party, one of the 3 parties that's on tonight. So I think I'll start there and then probably move across the Admiral Party and then end up at the local outdoor party down the road. So maybe I can catch up with you there. Ciao for now.